No, are we?
Saw that, Steph. You got your coffee going?
Me?
I have some water going and some body armor going.
Did you have a rough night last night?
You doing all right there,
some
champ?
water going.
I had a
And
pretty
some body
awful
armor.
day at work. I mean, I made good money, but like, I had to
At
yell
what
at.
cost?
I had to deal with coworkers who kept using slurs.
Well, hey, you know, it's
Yikes.
a new game. It's a new day. I like to catch up with people. So who wants to go first? Who wants to dish? What have you been up to? You can just use this as a timed event. And if you want to go first, I will totally let you. How's life?
I mean, I just fucking. Ugh.
People.
I wanted to punch this guy yesterday. He like used the R word, and I'm like, okay, like, can you please
Yikes.
don't say that? And then it's, I don't really, I know how people are. I don't like get super pissed at it, but I call it out,
You gotta call it out. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, like 15 minutes later, he uses the K slur for Jews. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like,
oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just couldn't. I like flipped.
No kidding. That would infuriate me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's very fair.
It didn't seem like he realized how bad it was. It's like, how are you so fucking like? How do you not know?
Well, I'll take that as a message for all of us to call out poor behavior when we see it.
Yeah, I just, and then after that, like he was one thing, and then like 15 minutes later, this like older woman also used the R word, and I was just like, oh my fucking god, can you stop? I was really on edge for like the whole night after that. It was awful.
Rude people are so rude.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well, RPGs are great for working through all types of problems, so we'll have to give you an outlet here soon. Let's go next to Carson. What have you been up to?
Well, we started. Some local friends and I started watching Blade. I had a good weekend. I don't have any tea to spill. We watched Blade and Blade 2 on Friday. I guess I could spill about Blade 2. It was horribly paced, and the CGI has aged very poorly and was grossly overutilized.
I would say spoiler alert, but that's like an old movie. You should get on it.
It's not really a spoiler. Like, spoiler alert, nothing happens for the first half of the movie.
Oh, cool. So, yeah.
Dang it, I only wanted to watch the first half.
Is that what it says on that website where it's like the best time to take a bathroom break in the movie theater? Anytime during the first half.
Just use the bathroom for like the first hour of the movie and then show up, and you
really
might have a
good
time.
movie when you have like a really bad bowel movement.
The first movie has aged very well. If you want to have a good time, watch Blade.
Just gonna go make some peel-a-pound soup and put on Blade.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you're into, then fucking go for it.
God damn.
It's great for Taco Bell because the first you can eat it during Blade, and then when you get to Blade 2, you have the bathroom break.
Yeah,
and
you have your hour-long bathroom break, and then you come back, and then the movie's good. Well, I mean, it's still not that good because like the CGI is still bad. What did I do yesterday? I don't know that I did yesterday. I don't think I did anything yesterday except we did some birthday games for Alex Kessler.
Yeah.
That's
Alex Kessler, well-known good human.
It's true. Can confirm.
All around cool guy.
We jammed some Jackbox games with some internet friends and some IRL friends of his for a while. That was good. It was fun.
All right, well, let's jump to the other corner. Stephanie, what have you been up to?
Not much. I went to a baby shower in my friend's backyard, which is totally massive. So She had this really great outdoor baby shower backyard thing, and it was super fun. But other than that, like I'm fairly boring. So I played a little bit of Magic and hung out with some friends, and have just generally had like a pretty awesome week, couple weeks now.
Well, I think
But the big thing that happened was probably going to that baby shower, because she looks like she's ready to pop. She's big. Like
yeah, my sister-in-law who's gonna have twins had early contractions. Like she's not due till March, but like twins complicate things. She's like, yeah, I do to the hospital, and they had to like hit her with something so she could stay home longer. I don't know how medicine works.
Maybe don't do this when you're talking about babies.
Yeah, that's fair. But like in sign language, this is like you're getting a shot.
That's fair.
So that's where my brain was at.
Well, I
that
mean,
makes sense.
shot can have several meanings.
I mean, you go with the UK version, call them jabs. That makes me feel way better about getting a flu jab.
Yeah,
Flu jab, yeah.
I mean, generally, I think a lot of British words are better.
I don't like lift. Actually, I really like elevator a lot more.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
I
like
agree.
Uber's just way better.
Yeah, agreed.
Get got, Alex. Absolutely bodied.
Listen, if I wasn't here to get bodied because I made a dumb joke, what am I even here for?
What are we doing here?
All right. Odward,
Ja-
what's up? Oh, sorry, Carson.
I was just gonna say, jab makes it sound like the end of The Rock, the movie where Nick Cage has to like stab himself in the heart with the.
Are you
with the-
just
the
throwing out more
antitoxin.
movie spoilers about
That
old
movie's
movies?
as old as I am, so I don't care.
Okay. Odward, what's up? What have you been up to?
So this weekend so far has been trivia night last night, where it was one of those nights where we said in our discussions basically every correct answer and then, put a different answer. And then today is Roselia Community Day in Pokemon Go. And so I went and I hatched 40 baby Roselias, and none of them were shiny. So
Aww.
Aw, sad
That's
face.
rough.
F's in chat for 40 attempts.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it supposed to be like 1 in every 8,000 or shiny or something like that?
well, so it's bumped up during Community Day.
oh,
the-
okay.
the rate.
Gotcha. Cool.
All right, and
Is that what they tell you?
Sounds like a lie from Big Pokeball.
all right. Alex, what's up with you? How have you been?
Oh, just fighting the good fight against Big Pokeball, trying to make sure that the masses are aware of the scam that's going on there. There are more efficient digitization solutions. Apricots exist, people. But no, in serious, things have been going pretty great. Been getting into the new semester at work, so finally got some classes calmed down and settled in, and just looking forward to getting back to some project work. Aside from that, just been living my best life.
All right, cool.
Do you mind me asking what you do for work, Alex? I don't know if I've asked you that.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. I work for a university here in Winnipeg, where
Makes
I
sense.
work as a educational technologist. So I'm not full hard IT, and I'm not full, office assistant, but I'm basically the person who takes care of helping professors who don't really know how to ask the right questions to ask the right questions.
All right. Well,
Very cool.
we hope whatever you do in the education world, I assume with technology you're staying safe and staying healthy.
I haven't left the confines of the area between my mailbox and my house in almost 6 weeks, so that feels pretty good.
Doing pretty good. Yeah.
It's like you'd like to leave, but also it's that point where it's a record and you don't want to break it.
Honestly, I got offered a deal on our local Instacart. They were all like, "We'll give you 50% off if you sign up for the free delivery," and I was like, "Cool." So yeah, no, I basically just don't leave.
All right. Speaking of not leaving, that was your job for the whole week since the last time we played. What do they say? When last we left off, you guys were like checking out a Golgari tomb and everything was cool, and you're having a just good old fun time. You managed to not get killed by some big creature and possibly made a friend. Who knows? And then somebody was admiring architecture before it literally all came crashing down and you almost died. Oh yeah, and a bunch of Golgari people and possibly Izzet folks like got in a big scuffle. And now they're like, hey, come work for us or we'll assume you're guilty. And just to explain to anybody watching, everybody had a week of downtime for their character to do whatever. They could go and do research on their own, look into things. Some people just like worked out, improved themselves, or just made some money, and you know, that's all cool too. So we're gonna jump back in after that week off, where all of you arrive back at the offices of the Guild Pact, because some living Guild Pact guy like is never there to do work. And so as you guys file back into this big circular meeting chamber, you hear everybody's feet clack off the stone floors, or multiple feet or hooves as it may be. And you see your representatives there. I believe if we go around, we've got Amara, we've got Nikia. Then standing very different from everyone else, there's Mazarek, who's just like this bug guy in the corner. Ral can only ever lean casually against something. And then we've got Tomek, who is standing as far away from Ral as possible. And in the center of them all is a very annoyed Lavinia standing over a table with her arms on top of it, reading through papers when you guys come walking in. And she greets you all and it's like, finally you guys are here. Things have developed while you've been gone, and there's some things that we've been looking into. Now, the first thing I wanted to get to, and right when she's about to say that, you see the doors behind you that had just almost closed. A person pushes through those doors wearing red and white Boros insignia clothes, and they stumble through. And there's this like wiry 20-something human that kind of like stumbles in and like looks around and see who's here, and like straightens up his clothes, and he's like, oh, sorry, and just kind of like timidly walks through you to Lavinia. And this is like, she has that death stare the whole time he's walking up, and you see him kind of like lean in, whisper a bit, and hand her a piece of paper before he just like bolts out of the room. And she unfurls that scroll and looks at it. And this is like the most, it's like that time you go into work and this is not my job. And she tosses that scroll to the side and says, as I was saying, I'm glad you're all here because problems seem to keep showing up. And every time I deal with one fire, there's two more. So, it seems that all of you can be somewhat trustworthy at this point. We kept a close eye on you over the week, and some of you lead very boring lives, which I'm thankful for. So at the very least, I suppose we can get you to work and at, maybe for the most part, you can help put out some extra fires here. And hey, maybe we figure out what actually happens in all this mess, and I can get you off of my desk and out of the way. So our good friend here, who came in and interrupted us, it seems that a prisoner transport, routine on the day, just happened to lose their prisoner. And our sources say that maybe some of the people who assisted his escape may also be tangled up in whatever it is that you guys are working on. So why not give you your first assignment? I'm going to need you to head down to Sunhome, see what happened with the local people there, interview the guards, see what happened with them, see what you can find out about the prisoner, and if possible, find the prisoner and apprehend them alive and bring them back here. and she kind of looks around to the rest of the council, and the council are just kind of like, they in an interest to keep things even, nobody stands out or says anything different. They all just seem to nod in agreement before Lavinia stands there and says, I don't suppose you guys need anything, or do you need a map? Before she kind of like looks past you towards the door.
Do we want a map?
Do I know where Sunhome is?
Yeah, it's that big chunky building underneath the, is it Guild Tower? You know vaguely where it is, but like, worst case you can ask an officer on the way, or you can ask for a map. Both are acceptable.
I mean, I could navigate the Undercity to get there, but I don't know if that's the most efficient option.
I would rather not go underground again. As a 10-foot tall centaur, I would prefer not to.
It's not that bad once you get used to it.
We'll take our chances. Thank you.
She kind of gives you like a curt smile before like looking back down onto papers, and you see now that this desk is just rife with like papers, but now there's like a depth to them, and she kind of like pushes out of the way some of the papers she was looking at, stacks them neatly, and just sighs in exasperation at the rest of the work in front of her. You could assume whoever's supposed to be in charge in this building is not here, and she takes care of all of whatever their work is. All right, so
Let's get the hell out of here.
yeah, after a quick jaunty jog over to Sunhome, which for those of you who don't know is the big guild house of our Boros friends. It is also home to Sawtooth Prison, which is where this prisoner was originally from. And it's not terribly interesting to get over there. It's a city, no big deal. It's not like you're traversing great wildlands and run into random encounters. That would be very silly. But you arrive at Sunhome, no problem. And there's a couple of guards outside when you see this enormous gate that looks like it's prepared to take on armies. What would you guys like to do?
How big is this enormous gate? Like, is it 10 feet tall? Is it 20 feet tall?
Probably pushing like 20 tall, 15 to 20 wide. Like, you've seen large creatures and occasional weird Simic experiments. This is much larger.
Brinson, you got this?
You want me to break down the gate of the Boros stronghold?
I want you to figure out a way in. If that's what that takes, then I mean, if that's what we need to do.
Are
Are there any guards around?
Yeah, of course there's guards around. There's at least 2 or 3 stationed, and on your way over here, there's always some patrolling.
Break down the gate, she says. It'll be fine, she says. I go talk to one of the guards.
Yeah, as you approach one of the guards, you see that the guard is in the middle of talking to this Vidalcan man in really well-tailored clothes. And you see him like chatting, and then has to like look up as he feels like your shadow move onto him. And he's like, yes, what can I help you with? Because obviously, I would say not many Gruul members get down here in the heart of the city.
I've heard you've had some security problems recently. We're here to look into that for you.
And he kind of like looks at you, looks past you at the rest of your group. He's like, well, I don't know much about that. And the Vidalcan next to him kind of like flips open a couple of pages and is like, Oh, that's okay. I got this. You're Brinson, right? And he kind of like looks up, and he doesn't so much look at you as a person as more as like studying you as an object,
Sure. Yeah.
and like flips
That
through a
makes
couple
sense.
more pages. It's like, it seems that we bumped into each other, which is great because if the Azorius has taught me anything, efficiency is key.
Mm.
He kind of looks up at you, looks back down to the guard. Well, I suppose you should let us in, right? And the guard just
That would be good. Yeah.
kind of huffs, and you see him pull a horn from his side and like blows into it, and the doors just kind of crack a little bit for you guys to move in. Inside the gatehouse, you can tell that this place is a massive fortress. Everything seems to be well kept, very strong stones. Everything, like there's people constantly reinforcing, ensuring that everything is up to scale, up to date. Uh, Inside the guardhouse, there's even a bunkhouse and a barracks with more people in there. And as you move through this gate into some of the courtyard, you can see more of the offices, more of the barracks. There's messengers and soldiers running all around. And you see a group of injured soldiers sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Some have head wraps, some have wraps on their arms from wounds. There are some people with sheets thrown over them. And these people range from like minotaurs to loxodon to humans. Like there's just a great variety of people in the Legion, but they all seem to be recovering for the moment. But you can see one person in particular who seems to have a little bit better kept armor, whether that's from like keeping it up to date or maybe this person just doesn't see as much action. But the Vidalcan notes him and just starts to walk towards him, and he's like, well, it looks like we need to go talk to this person, and heads over and begins chatting with him. You see him like point a couple fingers at you before the soldier kind of like gives a nod and waves you guys over.
Let's go talk to this soldier guy.
All right, so you guys head over, and you see this Vidalcan guy turn and say, oh yeah, by the way, my name is Nasius. I'm your legal representative from the Azorius. I will be handling any questions or concerns you may have along this assignment, but as far as any questions you may have, you may talk to Commander Luke here, and he will assist you in any way possible.
It is very nice to meet both of you, Commander Luke and Nessius.
You see Luke turn towards you and kind of like tap his fist to his chest in a sort of salute greeting, and Nasius is just flipping through pages.
So we're here. We heard you had a prisoner escape.
You see Luke kind of like his eyes tighten a little bit as he looks around a little bit more. It's like, yep. One got away. Not too happy about it, but I can tell by how swiftly you've come here. I hope that we can recapture this prisoner. They can cause much more harm out and about when we don't know where they are. They were originally imprisoned here. They were causing quite a ruckus and inciting riots, and so we thought it best to transfer them over to the Udzek prison up in Precinct 2. The Azorius are quite good at keeping people silent and safe in their prisons.
So what's this prisoner in for anyway?
Oh boy. And you see Nasius flip through a couple of pages before like one falls down out of his like dossier and rolls to the ground, still attached to the main paper. And you see him just start listing off like inciting crime, inciting riots, a little bit of arsony, some larceny to go with the arson. And he just starts listing through like every major offense you can possibly think of before finally scrolling up the piece of paper and putting it back in his stack of papers.
So they're sort of a jack of all trades.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. As this is the first time you see Nassius kind of like smile about things before he begins scribbling in his book again.
And where was this prisoner lost? Or did we? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where maps totally help out. So, I guess just for my these don't show up too great on my screen, but basically, the Boros Legion is kind of around like precinct 4 or 5, and there's the like Transguild Promenade, that main road that kind of leads you to the council chambers you were, and that's kind of like the main thoroughfare through the city. The prisoner was being transferred on 10th Street on their way over to the Promenade to get to precinct 2. So it was like directly across town, using the main thoroughfares.
Do you have a description physically of the person we are to apprehend?
Yeah, you see Commander Luke kind of point at Drizrix and go, yeah, he looks like that guy, but much worse for wear.
Luke
Looks
is
like that guy, but uglier.
What kind of guy is Luke?
Yeah, Luke is a male human, probably in like his mid 30s to 40s. He's got the black Riker beard and black hair slicked back. He's got a pretty nice like longsword on his side, and there's a shield on his back, but you're not sure whether or not they see use or if they're direct for decoration, or if he just keeps good care of his gear. But yeah, he seems quite seasoned.
Okay, so we're looking for a goblin.
Yes. Nassius, what was this guy's name? And Nassius is like, yes, the leader of the 10th Street gang, I believe his name was Cranko, last time I heard. Terrible dispute between him and the Shatter Gang brothers. I believe they accused him of killing their youngest brother, and as you know, the Shatter Gang just love to explode things, and Ravnica likes things not to explode, so obviously, gang war, we try to avoid it as much as possible, so...
I'd like to look nervously over at Brinson.
I laugh as I look back at Bachelor. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome. No worries.
So yes, he's.
I'm enjoying. I'm having a good time listening to all of this stuff.
Yes. So as I said, Cranko is the boss of this gang on Foundry Street. He has been recently doing all manners of crimes until we captured him. And then he started making riots, and so of course we had to transport them. And so it is our assumption that whatever past actions against the Shatter Gangs, perhaps they broke him out, perhaps somebody else did. We do not know, but all we know is that gang violence is not appreciated here, and we would appreciate your help. And that's when Luke kind of like straightens in his armor a little bit and says, well, actually, it is so important, in fact, that I have been told to give you 3 days to locate this individual, and if we do not find them in 3 days your way, it will be the Legion's job to storm the streets in order to locate this person by any means possible.
So if we don't find this goblin crime lord in 3 days, you're gonna start a gang war that you're trying to avoid. Gotcha.
Well, that's the thing about being the biggest gang in town, is that we're always successful.
An
Alright.
interesting philosophy, but one that seems to be logically consistent.
Technically correct. In
The best
spite of
kind
you
of
having
correct.
just said you don't like exploding things. But okay.
Well, you
We
see,
don't like exploding things that don't agree with them.
exploding
My own-
things are MO, and you see a couple of creatures fly through on the sky that you see wearing Boros regalia. And he says, "We have eyes in the sky, and we have more precise methods than exploding things. We move fast, we move very precisely, and we find our target."
So overall, you would like us to help avoid this precision firebombing by apprehending the criminal.
You see Nastius kind of nod quickly. Yes, yes, gang wars are terrible, and the people don't like being subjugated by the Boros. People start throwing around the word martial law and taking away their rights, and we don't need that either. What we do need is
No,
for a
we
group to
don't.
move quickly and quietly to apprehend this character.
Is there
Well-
a point in which you lost contact with criminal?
Yes. So this is probably like late morning to midday, and Nessa says yes. His prisoner transport was scheduled at 6 this morning, and at some point during the early morning transfer, he was broken out. I'm not sure what the exact chain of events were. You're more than happy to ask some of the soldiers here who were part of that detail. But ever since that morning, we have not found him. We are currently keeping eyes on his Foundry Street gang in case he wishes to go back there, but as someone else has decided, they've left it up to you to do the real work so as not to raise suspicion. Are there any other questions?
Let's go track down this Krenko jerk.
I'm sure I'll find something on the way that'll make this worth my while.
That's when you see Nastius pipe up again. Yes, actually, within your required work, if you were to find any illegal or illicit goods, we would hope that you would turn them into us, but as people are known to do, anything you may find, of course, is up to your discretion as to what you give to us or keep.
Yeah.
Great. So we'll just return. We'll be returning Krenko. Thanks.
Does
we
he
sure
have
it
to
is?
be? Does he have to be alive?
Yes.
Yes. He is
The-
apparently worth more alive than dead.
Uh,
Which
so NASA is going to give you the quick lowdown via me. Bring him back alive. Bring him back within 3 days. Don't let him escape would be very important, because I would find it very notable that he may say some strange things and weird things that might sound like what do they call it? Those Mizium hat ideas that, just don't sound right. Whatever secrets he says, just try not to listen into them. Most of them are incorrect, and we would really appreciate his return.
Noted.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the most part, Nastius and Luke are going to continue to go over notes. You're more than welcome to ask them more questions, ask the soldiers more questions, or investigate in person, whatever you like.
Well, friends, I believe we might want to get going. The sooner we pick up the trail, the closer Krenko will still be.
Agreed.
yeah. All right.
And
Let's.
And the more signs we'll still have to read potentially.
All right, well,
Uh,
let's bounce.
Can someone show us where he was sprung from?
Yeah, if you want to chit chat with the guard detail, some of them are
Oh,
they're recovering. If you want to chit chat with them,
sure. I'll go over to them and tower over their recovering bodies and ask who would like to show us where the prisoner escaped from.
yeah, you see what looks like uh uh not the biggest minotaur you've ever seen, but not the smallest. They're on the smaller side, but you wouldn't call them small.
Sure.
They seem to be some type of Boros medic and are attending to one person. Uh, before she kind of huffs in your direction and says, "Yeah, if you got a map, I can point it out for you." And
We do have a map.
yeah, if you want, I'm sure Luke will give you one as far as like pointing things out, but uh, basically without using a map, they were transferring them on Foundry Street
Mm-hmm.
and can point out the exact location to look.
Right.
And then she finally finishes what she's doing and looks up at you and kind of like side eyes you for a bit. She's like, "They're letting you investigate this?"
What about it?
Well, the thing about it is that there was a bunch of people looking like you and your kind who happened to run us off the road at the time.
Really, my kind. Something you want to say about that? You know?
Yes.
Is that where this is going?
Branson, I don't mean to be rude, friend, but you might pay attention to the sheer number of fist symbols we are surrounded by.
Another time then.
Step
Yeah.
aside, four legs. Let me see if I can talk to these people. Hello, hi, guard. Yes. Can a word, please? I would like to find out what is going on around here.
Well, what's going on here is that I'm attending to some of the injured today who were smashed, trampled, stabbed, gouged by what I could only assume was some type of gruel warband streaming through the streets. They seem to have happened upon us by surprise, and some type of blast had occurred in the meantime, and by the time we were able to right ourselves and get on our feet, our prisoner had escaped. So I'm not exactly keen to assist you, but if that's what my orders are, I will.
Now, tell me, was this guy tied up or something, or did you have him locked away in a carriage or a car or a something? Or were you just trotting him, walking him down the street when he escaped?
She stares you down for a solid 10 seconds and says, "Yes, all prisoners are put in cuffs. They are in fact chained and tied to one of the larger creatures so that if they did try to run off," and she kind of like glances back and sees Drizrix, "there would be no chance that he would be able to outmuscle one of us."
Especially since he is a wiry little goblin.
Yeah.
So if he can't get past one of you by force, because clearly you are very, very strong. I can see that about you. Great outfit. Yeah. So can I see the locks maybe that he had broken out from? Like maybe someone had tampered with his shackles.
Uh, Obviously, your flattery is not too effective on this person. They kind of like half go back to tending to the wounds, and she kind of nods towards what you can see is like a shattered box carriage situation. Uh, yeah, they picked up all the remnants of whatever happened there so that they could clean up the streets. They kind of just all dumped it in that cart over there. You're more than welcome to dig through it.
I would like to dig through the rummage and see if I can find any clues about how he escaped.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Cool. Investigation. 11.
Yeah, so you sift through some of the stuff. You notice that you find some like diminutive chains that could like hold a smaller person's hands and legs. Like this was a manacles hands chain to like the feet, that kind of situation. I don't know what it's called, but they appear to be broken, but based on how high your investigation check was, you can tell the chains were broken, but you're just not quite sure like the method. There are some like simple like key locks that go into each one of the manacles for the hands and the legs, but they just appear to be the chains appear to be destroyed.
Well, this seems like it was either something really strong that broke this, or this was broken by other means. Maybe some kind of explosion of some kind or magic. I can't quite tell with these locks. Strange. I'm not quite sure what I'm dealing with here.
Does anyone else want to do some investigating?
Yeah, sure. I'll investigate this stuff here. 14.
All right, and what do you want to take a look at?
Just like the geez, I don't know.
Well, while you think about that and get back to me, does anybody else have anything they wanted to ask or look at?
Zora, let me see that thing.
Sure, here, take it. I can't figure it out. I can't figure out how he got out of this thing.
All right, 14.
Okay. So kind of like based on your background and work with the Golgari, I would say you would have more of like a chemical sense of what happened, and there doesn't appear to be any type of like chemical residue. If there were blasts or scorches, they're on like the intact chains. So you could probably reason out that whatever blasts occurred did not contribute to these chains being broken.
All right, and while I have it, I just cast mending on it and try to fix it.
Yeah, you can kind of like reattach them, but I think based on mending is just like little bits of work, and with steel, you can kind of like
okay,
magnetize them back together. But if any real force is put on it, they'll just kind of like. Beep. So,
oh, okay, cool.
You can't like reshape the metal back to the way it was originally forged.
That makes sense. Okay.
No, I think that's a whole different spell.
So it sounded like they weren't clear.
Oh no, I mean, I guess the way that the spell says, I think it's like as long as a break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. And it's any object you touch, like a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, etc.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So if it's only physical damage, it should work, right?
Yeah, you could mend these back together, I guess, if you wanted, but to what end, I guess, is my question.
Oh no. Here, I fixed it for you. And I hand it back to the people.
Okay. They kind of like look at you quizzically like, that's an interesting way to deal with evidence.
Oh, well. I didn't look at it that way, I'm sorry. but it's fixed.
Odward, what did you have?
I was. They were saying that they weren't sure whether this was Krenko's folks or the Shatter Gang who did the breakout, but then there was a scuffle with the Gruul at the time.
Yeah,
So
they.
that seems to point rather strongly in one direction.
Yeah, there's a lot of different influences in on this, but they're not sure where to turn. Because it's not like they can just go to the rubble belt and like knock on doors. That's not terribly successful.
It's true. We don't like doors.
Just random door on the ground.
Yeah.
Hello.
See, yeah. Go ahead. See where that gets you.
But also, it's like, I guess Brinson would know the Gruul have been increasing from time to time. Lots more like rubble belt raids and just like wanton smashing of property. It could have been just like a wrong place, wrong time. But also they can't rule out that, somebody might have hired or paid these people off to do it. That's why there's just so many questions.
Who was Krenko chained to at the time of the escape?
Or what?
Well, we were told it was a larger creature.
Right. Not. Anyway.
Oh, I see. Like it could be a pack beast or something.
It might not necessarily be like a person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The medic will gesture over to one of the sheet-covered bodies.
Yeah, I'll go look at the body.
Yeah, so
I go with him.
what I will give you, like, just based on what the body looks, Bachelor's a pretty big guy. This is also a Loxodon, but they have, like, cuts and scars all over their, like, bodies and face and ears and trunk. Some of them are old, some of them are new. What's most notable is that there's a huge gash on the front of the chest and a couple of hoof prints also embedded into them. But they are a very large creature.
Can I do a medicine check? See if I can figure out what happened?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so it looks like the cause of death, maybe this creature was trampled in some way, but also, just for fun, Brinson, what weapon do you have?
Ooh, I have. I bear a halberd.
Okay. This is not a halberd, this is like a great axe that might be wielded by a centaur, but it looks like big old axe wound right in the chest, and you do notice some of the chains trailing off of his arm. There's like what looks like, those blood pressure things that they put on you? It's like that attached to them, but it's made of metal with chains trailing off of it. And you could probably discern similar cleave marks in the chains as well. But this person looks like they just caught an axe right in the chest and were trampled.
Sucks. Not a good way to go.
Most notably, you could also see the hammer that they were wielding is also still like tucked into its sheath. It looks like if they were to defend themselves, it must have happened like too fast for them to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It looks like, however, Krenko got out of here, he might have had a little bit of.
Are there any scorch marks or anything on the chains on this side?
There are no chemical influences on the chain. It looks strictly like there's some striations from like metal on metal. It looks like however these were broken were with a tool or implement and less so of a chemical reaction.
Well, I'm not going to touch these chains. I think we can leave this one go. I'll gladly fix it later if you want.
You'll gladly tamper with more evidence later.
Once we find Kranko, what does it matter? I'm just returning these to commission.
Well, I think I would like to take a look at the section of Foundry Street where this went down.
Agreed.
I'm with the goblin.
The goblin, you say?
Maybe don't say that so loudly when we're trying to track down a goblin.
I mean,
I
multiple people have pointed out that I'm a goblin.
Racist.
Multiple people have compared you to the person that we're looking for.
Hey, we're looking for a guy kind of like this, but a little different.
And I would know because they did the same thing to
Oh my
me.
god.
I only meant that I'm going to go with Drizzrix to go see if there's anything we can find on Foundry Street.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
Let's all make haste away.
Yeah. So, they escort you back out of Sunholm, and you guys can go ahead and take a bit of time to head over there. As far as some like notable mechanics and things you can do, again, you're welcome to use whatever perception checks, investigation checks to look over things. There's a unique action for this. If you want to use a persuasion check, you can kind of like gather rumors and grill like the local townspeople if you like. It'll take a little bit of time for you to like go out and see what's in the rumor mill. But that's another option you have as well.
Okay. Do I have to roll for a perception, or do we use the passive perception?
I will give you whatever info shows up on like a passive, but if you want to like thoroughly look into something, that would be like an active check.
Okay. So yeah, I guess the passive, is 14. So we'll just do that. I have disadvantage, so because it's light out, so rather not.
Yeah. So you guys head to, I would say, the scene of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a little bit more of you're pushing out of the warehousing and industry district and more into now there's starting to be shops and businesses next to one another. There are various carts and stands that have all been trashed and trampled. Holy cow, English is hard. If you want to be real funny about it, I'm sure there is a cabbage cart somewhere that has been toppled and destroyed. But it definitely looks like you know,
A crime took place.
when parents say when they see your room and is like, did a tornado go through here? It looks exactly like a tornado came through here. Except now there's like scrapes and scratch marks on the side from like weapons or other things just being trashed. You see one of the storefronts is actually like broken and caved in front-wise. I would say the gruel or anything if not subtle.
True. Can confirm. 100%. To wit, I would like to ask, let's start with just the nearest shop or cart keeper. I would like to ask them if they know where the mob, I guess, for lack of a better word, where they ran off, in what direction.
Yeah, so you approach a person. He's like kind of like an older man in like brownish clothes and a green hat, and he's there picking up his cabbages, and he turns and you go to ask him his question and he looks away and continues working on whatever he is because I could dare say that your affinity to this group might be off-putting.
Well, let's see.
He kind of mumbles like, "Look, I don't want any more trouble. It already happened one time, so let me pick up my cabbages and move on."
I'm trying to help. If you would like to help capture the people who were responsible for this, then we can work with each other here.
Yeah, if you want
Or, go ahead.
if you want to give me some type of persuasion.
Persuasion check. Okay. 16.
Yeah, you're not sure whether it's because of like, you're like, I'll just use my calming voice I use on animals, it'll totally work out. And you're not sure if it's that or just that he's straight up scared, but he's kind of like, all right, look, he points in one direction. They came down that way, and then moved off in that direction. I kind of hid under my cart and didn't see a whole lot.
Probably smart. Thank you.
He kind of like,
Back to the group.
yeah, he nods and goes back to work.
They went that way.
I'd like to investigate a back alley of some kind on Foundry Street and see if anybody might know some additional information about where Krenko might be now.
Yeah, sure. You wanting to like investigate the surroundings or the people, I guess.
I want to try to find let's see. I'd like to try to find maybe some other goblin that's on the street and see if I can't get any more information out of them.
Yeah, so you duck down an alleyway and see that there are a couple of goblins like scrounging the streets, maybe some type of trash bin, you're not sure, but sure enough, I would say after some time you could find some.
Do I want to try to convince them to give me some information. So do I need to roll for that?
Yeah, sure. Give me a persuasion check and what it is that you say to persuade them.
Ooh, yes. 17. 22.
22. Yeah, what do you say to like get these guys' attention and persuade them?
Hey, you guys. Yeah. So I heard that Krenko had some help when he escaped earlier today. Now, I may be able to make this worth your while the next time I'm in Foundry Street. I might be able to get you, cut you a deal on some artifacts that are close in this area the next time I pass by. I mean, you've seen me before. You've seen me around. You know I'm good for it. Just point us in the right direction, Tell us what we need to know a little bit.
You see the goblins kind of like turn around and size you up. They're like, I don't know, Zib. What's the nice lady say? We go over what she says. No, Zob. Look, they told us not to say anything. We're just looking around this dumpster. Go away. And you see Zib turn back and he's like, no, look, like, I think we can trust her. And I assume you guys see like that she like ducked off to an alleyway to talk to people, right?
Yeah.
It's not too hard to see with your passive perception, but you see a couple of figures drop off the roof, and Zora, you hear behind you two clunks as two more goblins drop behind you.
Oh.
And they're like, "Yeah, lady, why don't you help us now, and then maybe we'll see about some information." And you see the two behind you where one has like a club with spikes in it and the other one has like a wicked looking knife. And you see Zib, and he's like, "Look, Zub, we caught her. Our plan worked great." And it's like, "Shut up, Zub." But yes,
Gentlemen, I'm sure we can come to some kind of reasonable agreement. And I pull out the 5 gold pieces and the 7 silver pieces that I had plucked out of the cave from the fountain. I'm willing to pay for the information. What's it gonna take?
so
Can I also run over when I see the 2 goblins drop down? Or can I not see that?
Yeah, you guys can totally interact if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to run over and ask, like, is there a problem over here? Just tower over the 2 goblins that drop down with their weapons.
Prison, wonderful to see you. Gentlemen, have you risen?
You see, since the other 2 have their backs to Brinson and looking at you, you see Zib and Zob kind of like look at them and like wilt a little bit.
Is this like a dark alley?
All alleys are dark in Ravnica.
Okay. So I kind of walk over when I see Brenton leave. I kind of like go and see what's going on too, and I kind of just like I watch him run towards like the figures, and I'm just like, once I get into the like proper into the alley and am able to kind of like see better, can I do a perception check?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
Just kind of looking at, I guess I heard the people too like fall and drop, and I see, and just try to see if there's anything else that I notice about the situation.
Yeah, go for it. I will say Brinson takes up like 90% of the alleyway.
Uh-huh.
So like your little head like pops in while you're looking around.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
I would like to roll an intimidation check and attempt to assert that the goblins were about to help my friend here.
Yeah, we're getting there here in a hot second.
Okay. That's fine.
I would like to come up and stand next to my friend Brinson.
I would like to. What are these goblins sort of wearing?
This is shout out to Merchant and the No Pants Gang, but these are my description of the goblins that you see that Krenko makes. They're wearing like a red like tabard looking thing with just like a rope belt, and they're just Donald Duck in it. Like the robe hangs out past like their waist. That's why they're called the No Pants Gang. And then they've got like cloth wrappings and strings around their feet.
Dead ass no pants gang.
I rolled a 23.
Hey Mom, I got inducted to the No Pants Gang. Now we can shop for less clothes.
It hangs down to like about their knees, but like it's definitely
You only
rough.
have to buy half the clothes.
I'm sorry, what was your check again?
23.
Yeah, so you see that there are 4 goblins on the street. They've got like rough, kind of okay weapons. You do catch out of the corner of your eye there are 2 additional sitting on the roof watching everything. But at the moment there's just the 4 of them. They look kind of raggedy and not organized is not the word I would use, but they think they've got the drop on you. And
Okay.
so much so that the 2 turn around to see Brinson, and one of them kind of like takes a step back, and you see the one next to him bump into him and kind of like stage whispers, "Look, there's 4 of us and there's 3 of them. We can take them. We got it." And
Can I?
that kind of like emboldens the other one to be like, "Yeah, buddy, why don't you step off?" And you can make your intimidation check if you like.
I would love to.
And then I have something I would like to do.
Okay.
14.
All right. And how are you intimidating these folks?
I would just like to lean over the two goblins in front of me, you know, being like 4 feet taller than them, and just say, I believe you were about to help my friend with the information that she's looking for, right?
The one that kind of like stage whispered kind of like leans away from him since you're leaning in his direction now, and he's like, look, boss, I think maybe we ought to do what they say. I mean, you know, it couldn't hurt, right? Right? And the other one kind of like shushes him, and he's like, look, no, they said if we told him we'd get in trouble, okay? We can't let that happen. And Zib,
Told us
I-
what?
Don't mean to interrupt, dear friends, but we are probably significantly more trouble than anything else you're going to encounter today. I'd rather not be trouble if we can avoid it.
and you see Zib kind of like, you see him like count like 1, 2. Look, I didn't take no math classes, guys, but I think maybe we ought to do the thing, like, you know, and
My friend here says he doesn't want trouble. He doesn't speak for me. I would love some trouble right about now.
and I'm gonna say with the great perception check, you actually see the two goblins from the roof kind of like back away, and you hear on the footsteps of the roof like as they've taken off, and they're like, "Yeah, guys, let's do the thing." Guys?
Mm,
Hey, look, I mean, you know, what did you want again?
This so I'm gonna sigh. I'm gonna go. And now that Brinson is taking up the whole part of the alley to look down, nobody can see. Brinson's just standing there, like being all like this, right? So now I
Yeah,
just
pretty
come up
much.
to the goblins, I sigh, and I just grab one of them by the shirt, and I go, "Looky here, you little shit! I'm looking for information on how to try to find this goblin, so I can continue on this journey, and I can go find some more treasure for myself. Now, do you have my information or not?"
You see the do you like yank him in, or do you try to like pick him up?
I just kind of grab him by the shirt and kind of pull his face up to my face. So he's still standing on the ground. Maybe he's on like his tiptoes a little bit. So I've got him a little bit off balance.
Okay, gotcha. You see, I'm just gonna say you grab Zib, and he's just like, no, Sob, help me, and Zob's like, look, lady, let's go back about 5 seconds. How about I tell you what's going on, and you know, maybe you leave those coins for us, right? Is that deal still available?
I let go of Zed's shirt and I start dusting him off, and I'm like, well, now that we can handle this like civilized people,
Yeah.
what have you got for me?
You know, maybe, let's just say maybe I saw a guy, and you know, maybe he took off west of here, and you know, people are always looking for you, but you know, smart people would probably want to, like, I don't know, hop in the sewers, be out of sight. That would definitely help keep people off your tail, especially if there's some loud horse people running around, you know. I would probably do that. I definitely wouldn't head over there and check that sewer grate. That is just awful. And then
With a guy that went west. What did this guy look like?
like you know, like this rough looking guy like me, except he had you know, chains and manacles on him, you know.
And there was nobody that was with him?
No, he's by himself. He real confident guy.
And you're sure nobody was with him?
Hey, You know, there's a lot of people with you. I'm pretty sure there was nobody with him.
So he took off west and then went down the sewer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the end of the story.
That sewer grate, that one right there, that's the one that we should avoid.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's
Gotcha.
nothing else that you want to tell us?
No, nothing else. That's all of it. And Zob's kind of like, yeah, what about the other thing? No, shut up. That's it. We're all done. You guys go on your way. Just leave the money there, and we're cool. Yeah.
So I'll leave this money here. I'll leave 4 silver pieces here for you. But it's a shame I can't use any of this gold pieces for you today. I mean, if I had had more information, then maybe it would be worth the gold. But just from what you've told me, we could have investigated that little sewer right there.
All I
We're not-
heard was where we're not supposed to go. I didn't hear anything about where we are supposed to go, or what we should be doing.
All right. Look.
That-
I look, Zip. I can buy some pants with that money. Okay. We can become the Pants Gang. We don't need him anymore. We'll be the Pants Gang from here on out. Look. He climbed in the sewers. He's trying to get down to that boiler district with the warehouses. He said he'd hide in one of those for a few days. He didn't say which one. That's all I know.
And you're sure this is all you know at this point?
I'm 100% sure he can back me up on it. And the other guy's just kind of like staring off into space.
Could I just try to my best to intuit whether or not I believe these people?
Yeah, if you want to give me an insight check, 100%.
Well, that's a 21.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So basically, the way things went is that they went from confident to scared to being pretty much open, and then on the threatening their life and offering some type of exchange, they seem to be very forthcoming about their information, if not a little dull.
That tracks.
But you feel like they're being pretty forthright about everything.
I don't think there's any reason to suspect our new friends have lied to us.
They're like, yeah, we'd never lie to you, big guy, and one of them kind of like pats your kneecap.
After all, it would be so disappointing for my friend Brinson to find out you had misled him. I have such a trouble keeping a hold of his anger on good days, let alone when he's been misled.
Yeah, when you say anger, he like stops patting your knee and kind of like scoots to the side. It's like, so that's it, right? We can leave?
That depends on one last question. You're not going to be jumping down and making any plans for any other less sizable friends today, are you?
No, you're our bestest friends, guys. Look, he got in some hot water. He did some things and put us all in trouble. And you know, if this is gonna happen every time we do something, I'm inclined to go our separate ways with him.
Gonna cut your losses, so to speak.
Yeah. Look, we've already made money, and that was just from like cutting losses. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. See?
Well, we know where to find you.
I flick 2 more gold pieces at them.
Zib kind of like, wait, they know where to find us? No, and they kind of like scoop up the coins. How many coins did you give them? Was it 4
I gave them
silver?
4 silver pieces and 2 gold pieces.
Okay. Yeah, they kind of like scoop them all up, and Zib's like, yeah, that's like 1 for each of us. And you see them kind of like all bunch and kind of like they go up to like Brinzen's chest. I don't know what centaur chests are, but they kind of like
My horse chest or my person chest?
Horse chest. They're like, can we?
You can call those the withers. If it
Oh,
helps.
thank
that,
you.
Is that what that is? The withers?
All right.
They're like, can we? And they kind of like try to duck underneath you. And then once one makes it past, they just kind of like.
I stare at them and make no movement while they sneak under me.
I assume you mean like where his human torso starts, right?
Yeah, they're gonna duck under the horse legs.
Yeah,
Oh, under his barrel. Okay.
Yeah, I'll let it happen, but I am glaring at them the entire way. Kind of like what Lavinia was doing with that Boros dude who gave her that piece of paper.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Like, this is fine, but also I hate you.
Yeah. So what's the plan?
Sounds like we're going to the boiler district.
Okay.
Well, go into the sewers, and I'm all for that.
So plain as the sewers.
Yeah, I guess we can listen to the goblin and try to shove these big boys down there with us. And I
Hey,
kind of
Batch-
glance at
If
Brendan
we
and
know
Bachelor.
if we know where he was going, then why do we need to go through the sewers?
Well, we might we might find some traces of him that he left behind. You know, I mean, if you're chasing somebody, you might as well follow their exact trail, right? I mean, if you don't want to go underground, I mean, whatever.
I've
Go
made it
wherever you
clear that
want.
I don't want to go underground.
All right, well,
Always split the party.
yeah, we can
Brinson,
split up.
It'll be fine. If I can fit, you can fit.
I have 2 more legs than you do, Bachelor.
I can't disagree with you, but you have
It's not a
a stature.
I say we avoid the sewers if we can. We already know that he's headed toward the boiler district.
That is a fair point. Maybe we can pick up the trail there without having to climb through the muck and detritus.
literally smells like shit down there.
It smells good.
I can confirm, and I curl my trunk back up on itself. It does not.
Okay, it is a bit of an acquired scent, but
I imagine that it has acquired it over millennia.
it is.
So the
Oh,
plan.
Bachelor, you are.
So the plan
You
is
just
to
don't-
head where?
You just don't know how to appreciate the fine thing.
So what's the game plan?
We're gonna. I assume we're gonna kind of head back on the surface streets, and make our way to the boiler district. Yeah.
That's the plan.
I'm down.
I'm down.
How far is this
Yeah.
place?
It's actually not terribly far. Like maybe like half a dozen blocks. It's pretty close by.
Nice. Let's do it.
All right. I want to go underground. I'd like to go anyway, and go and say I will meet you there.
Oh, well. Perhaps I
Do
should
you like
go
company?
with Gwendia, and Zora and Brinzen can go overland.
If you don't mind, Resurrex. You seem to not care about the fumes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Plenty of brimstone in my experiments.
Zora, where should we meet you in the boiler district?
Oh, I know this great place. It's called the Slag and Grub. We can meet there.
Okay.
All right. So you
I'm
guys
gonna
can.
walk over and pick up the grate to the sewer and just curl my trunk into a knot. Say, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. As you guys splish splosh down into the there's a ladder, but it's better this way. So you guys hop down into the sewer grate before replacing it, I assume, with your trunk, and the other two take off. The camera still maintains look as you guys plop into the sewer and the other two walk down the way. And then the camera like pans back to the alleyway opposite, and you see a goblin with like a fuse that like burns into his fingers before he like goes ow. And then the person next to him is like has his neck craned past the wall, looking at you guys.
Mm.
And he like nods to the rest of his party, who all like straighten up, and they also start to walk off out of the alleyway with a plan in mind. And we're gonna take our first 10-minute break there.
Excellent.
Nice.
So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll get to find out what happens in the sewers and in the warehouse district. So stay
Yay.
tuned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of weird stuff, sewers are weird. How about that?
I wouldn't know.
So to recap, who's going into the sewers? 1, 2, 3, and Brinton and Sawyer are going above ground. Okay, perfect.
I like to feel the sun on my back.
Wait, Bachelor's going underground too?
Sure am. I can't.
Oh, wow.
I can't let my comparatively smaller friends not have a large friend around.
Oh well,
He can navigate
that's fun.
ladders.
Yeah.
That's why I tied my trunk in a knot before I came down here.
You don't want to get shit on it.
Just watch your breathing, friend.
Yeah.
I have a mouth. I will be okay.
So,
My lord.
to paint that picture, there's kind of like it's like a circular maintenance shaft that just plunges straight down into darkness. There's like an iron ladder bolted on one side of it. But the pungent smells of the sewer just go right up your nose. And there is a little bit of faint light every so often, but you do plunge straight into like sewer water. It would probably behoove you to have a light source for those people that don't have dark vision.
Dancing lights. I cast it.
But you do see, like, every so often, there's some torches that, like, sputter, but not in, like, a natural way. They, like, sputter as if the spell that was cast on them is wrong. And so, some of the torches are out, some of them work, some of them just sputter every now and again. But just about every 15, 30 feet, depending on however many are lit, there's a couple of like very dim torches.
All right. Well, I mean, I can cast dancing lights, so we have a light source.
Yeah, when you cast dancing lights, you see the grody interior of sewers that have never been cleaned since the day they were made. There's a walkway raised on the side of the water that's about 5 foot on each side, so you could probably put a person on each side if you wanted. But there's about a foot deep of smelly refuse water that runs down the center. And most notably, when you throw up those lights, you see the remnants of what looks like broken and shattered shackles tossed to one side of the walkway.
These look like the thing that they talked about earlier.
So, yeah, he got down here and someone helped him free the the rest of the shackles, I guess, right?
Should we take them with us?
I suppose I could fix them and return them again. I'm sure they would appreciate that.
I'll pick up the shackles and put them in my pack.
Yeah. So, as far as the way the tunnels work, they aren't necessarily under city territory. They do go under the city, but not quite. You don't walk into the area and your RPG screen doesn't say under city.
Right.
You're still in like the city proper. So to navigate these, someone is more than welcome to do some type of survival check to look around, but you do get the remnant of a trail following the broken shackles.
I rolled a 13.
Okay.
It's a 22. I'm
Wow.
gonna be so mad when we get into combat, and I'm like 4.
Someone is
5.
so much better at survival,
Uh,
despite my +4.
yeah. So with your combined efforts, I'm gonna say that it's gonna take you a couple hours of traveling and walking to get where it is you need to go. But you know, just because I want to pit people against each other, Brinson or Zora, you can roll a d20 if you want.
I'll do it. Any bonuses, modifiers, or just a d20?
Just a d20, just for funsies.
Just for funsies?
Yeah,
7.
7. Okay, cool. So Zora, do you have any D4s, the little caltrop looking friends? And then if you can roll me 2 of those and tell me the combined number, that would be super duper.
Pooper scooper.
You're muted, Steph.
Super duper.
2d4s, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay. I got a 2 and a 3.
For a total of 5. Oh, there's my notebook. Look at that.
Math.
Cool. Alright. So you folks are gonna travel. Meanwhile, what is the passive perception of Zora and Brinson?
Passive perception is 14.
Okay.
Passive perception
Should be
is 12.
Alright, perfect. Alright, so you guys head off on a trail in the sewer. You seem fairly confident that you can follow the tracks. It seems like whoever was taking these tracks down here, they made like a sloppy attempt to cover them up. But you two together, just like the Great Mouse Detective, have no problem whatsoever following these trails. However, let's see. So Zora and Brinson, it'll take you roughly the same amount of time because whoever designed the city is great. So I'm gonna say it'll just take like equal time for you guys to travel above ground, but you do notice, based on your passive perceptions, that there's a very young goblin making a very poor attempt to tail you.
Do we
What
notice at the same time, or
Sure. You notice that that as you're walking along, you guys kind of like stop and look around each way, and you see somebody do that like cronk like back against the wall, but there's like nothing in front of them, and
like they might as well just be singing loudly, "Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious."
100%. As far as they know, you haven't noticed them unless you make an indication to go off of that knowledge.
What do you want to do with this?
Say, Prinzen, it seems like we're being followed. Do you get that sense?
It does appear that way, Zora. I agree.
If only I could find that little thing that I think is
Stupid
following me. If only I had something that I could do or somewhere I could go. And I'm kind of walking around, and I kind of walk like where the goblin is, kind of close, and I'm like, what to do? How will I ever get this feeling out? And then I just reach over and I grab him by the shirt collar and like hold him up.
Gotcha.
Nice.
I'm gonna need you to make a athletics check opposed by their athletics to grapple them.
Okay. Uh, 15.
Pretty good.
It's real close. I gotta look up my bonuses here real fast. Because I rolled a 12. Oh, -1. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you as you're walking around, you see this goblin's like, yes, this is a very nice box, a good box. And then you go to grab him, and he goes to take off, and his legs carry with him. But as you grab his shirt, his legs just keep kicking in midair, and
Mhm.
he does that Looney Tunes like turn around and like, hey, what's going on? What can I help you with?
What are you doing here?
I'm shopping for boxes.
Want
There's
to try again?
There's a really good box.
It is a fine box. What are
Uh,
you doing?
I'm nothing.
You've been right behind us for a larger number of city blocks than I'm comfortable with, friend.
You know, maybe we're just going the same way. Like, yeah.
Well, I find that hard to believe.
You know, like when you meet your friends for what do they drink? Coffee, and then you're like, all right, I'll see you later, and you both walk in the same direction. It's like that, but over many blocks.
Can I probe him for some information?
Yeah. So you can persuade him to kind of like pull some information out of him, or you can intimidate him if you want to scare him to get some information out of him. Kind of like depends on your MO.
I love a good intimidation check.
Excuse me. Let me see. Let me try to persuade him. That's who I am.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, remember about those really crappy rolls that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Seven is what I got.
Okay. So yeah, as you're holding him up by his shirt, what is it you say to kind of like persuade this information out of him?
I'm going to say, well. If it isn't one of our goblin friends from earlier, something tells me that you're here for just more than trying to follow us. Are you trying to get at more of this coin from earlier today?
Ooh, question. Is it actually one of the goblins that we were talking with earlier?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
He is not one of the ones from the group before. And when you say this, you see him rummage in his pocket, and he goes, "Escape time!" and throws something at the ground. Make a dexterity check. Or no. Constitution. I'm sorry.
Constitution. Is that something that I roll for?
Yeah, a Constitution saving throw. So it'd be your D20 plus your con save.
Plus my con save. 11.
Okay. Brenton as well. This is an area effect.
Oh boy. 14.
Yeah, so you see him pull out this little bag, throw it on the ground, and it explodes into a puff of smoke. You see Zora drop him and begin coughing. You're tall enough that the smoke doesn't affect you, but you see the character like cover their hands over their mouth, and he is going to attempt to run off if you would like to do something about that.
I would like to attempt to grab him by I'll just grab him and then we'll figure it out in a minute.
All right.
So that's an athletics check?
Yeah.
Cool. 13.
I got that. I got a 1. So yeah, he, in his smoke cloud disarray, takes off in a direction and runs face first into that box he was investigating.
Nice.
Falls on the ground, and you just kind of like pick him up out of
I'd like to pick him up by the leg and hold him upside down and push him up against the wall and start asking him who sent him. Or who
Notably,
he reports to.
this goblin is not the one that you talked to before because he has pants.
He has pants. That's good.
But
He's already part of the pants gang.
yeah, you see when you turn him upside down and like shake him a little bit, like 2 or 3 copper pieces like jingle out of his pockets. But he's
Nice.
like, "Hey, how are you guys doing? Fancy meeting you here. I haven't seen you guys before."
You have seen us plenty, I gather. Who sent you and who told you to follow us?
Nobody. I'm, you know, I just dropped the thing.
So-
I'm so happy that you helped me out, man. That was scary back there.
So this was just a passing curiosity.
Yeah. Watch it with the big words.
I'm gonna walk over to the box and I'm gonna be like, and you being here has absolutely nothing to do with this box here?
What do you mean the box? We like walked in the same direction, right? Yeah, we were walking. Don't you remember?
I remember my friend and I were walking and you were following us. That's what I remember.
That's not true at all.
All right, let's try this again. Who do you work for?
Me. I'm self-employed. I'm a entrepreneur. Yeah, I work for myself.
Well, since you work for yourself, I suppose that's not gonna be any kind of problem if I just take this here box and bring it with me.
The box is actually a salesman's box. It's a prop there.
Oh, is it just a prop?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. If you were to take the box, you'd be stealing from somebody.
Oh, okay.
You could deduce that his ability to lie is very poor.
Very poor. Yeah, I picked up on that.
His story has changed multiple times, but if you would like to coax some information out of him, that would be your best bet.
All right. So if you're self-employed, any information that you gather from us, where would you have taken it?
Why would I be gathering information from you? You know what? That's a
'Cause
good
you're-
point. My name's Urko. What's your name?
No.
That's a really weird name.
That's what they tell me. You know what else is really weird? I don't believe that you have the. I don't think you could be your own boss. Let's put it that way.
Are you saying that I could not start out from the grime of the street and work my ways up, pull myself up by my shoestrings, and make it in this world?
For a number of reasons, no. I think you stayed in the crime of the streets, and that's what we're dealing with right now.
He kind of like.
Now, why don't you tell us who you're working for? Who pays you at the end of the week? Who gave you those 2 copper pieces down there?
He crosses his arms and just like looks over at Zora. Can you believe this guy? He doesn't think I can make it in this world. Also, those are my copper pieces. I would like them back, please. Could you
No.
What do you think, Zora? Do you think he's gonna get his copper pieces back?
I'm not inclined to give him his copper pieces back. Are you inclined to give him his copper pieces back?
Oh, now you're robbing me? Is this a highway robbery?
I might be convinced if he were more divulging of real information.
You see him like twist.
I just think that if maybe he was a little bit more forthcoming, then maybe we can go about his day and let him be on his way.
He kind of like twists
Pretend this
around.
whole thing never happened.
He twists around in the air. It's like, oh, there's got to be a guard around here somewhere.
I shake him.
Oh. Yeah, make an intimidation check.
Yeah.
I'll give you advantage.
Oh. 19.
Yeah, the classic.
You know that thing you're not supposed to do to babies.
Yeah. As you shake him, you just hear, oh, okay, stop.
In fairness, I don't think you're supposed to do it to adults either if you have the strength. Like,
That's true.
Doesn't come up nearly as often. Anyway, we're shaking this goblin.
he kind of like stops for a little bit, and his eyes kind of wobble, and he's like, "All right, look, uh, you know, you know those Shatter Gang brothers?
I'm familiar.
I work for them. They saw you snooping around and told me to keep an eye on you. That's all.
That's all? Anything else?
That's it."
I shake him again.
After
Are you sure
more,
there's anything else?
after more shaking and squealing, now drawing attention to yourselves, he, after stopping, he says, "Look, all right, I told you. I'm just here to keep an eye on you. That's all they told me. Please stop shaking me."
I drop him on the ground. Now, what? Do we have a map?
Sure, that's fine.
Sure. Okay. Why don't you show us on this map where you would report to the Shattergang brothers, and then you can be on your way.
He looks at your map, goes to point at it, and just takes a chunk out of it and stuffs it in his mouth. and he begins chewing.
What do you want to do about that, Zora? That was a nice map that we had. That was really useful.
It still works. Look, they told me to keep an eye on you. I kept an eye on you. I'm not supposed to do anything. They say keep an eye on him, see where he goes, and you know.
Why don't you tell me then? Where do you talk to these Shattergang brothers?
In the street, over here, over there. It's all different places. The point is, I just can't tell you where we are. I can tell you what I was doing, which was keeping an eye on you. Because they were saying, you know, maybe if they find Krenko, then they can stab him first. You know.
What do you think, Sora? Good enough?
All he's doing is tailing us, and he's from the Shattergang brothers, so... I feel like we can...
Does it matter what part of the map that he tore off?
No.
Okay.
He just pointed at a random picture and like took a little square out of it and ate it.
Sure. Fucking goblins, man.
We can... Sorry, I'm just trying to put pieces together here, because I'm like,
no, you're good.
So he's working for the Shattergang brothers, and...
Seems to be a pretty heated rivalry between Krenko and the Shattergang brothers.
Right? So, like, why are the Shattergang brothers following us? Is, like, kind of what I'm thinking off in the corner. It's like, why? Like, I can understand if, like, Krenko's people were following us.
That's good. That's a good point.
Why would the Shattergang brothers be following us?
Yeah, I don't know if it cut out, but I said he was keeping an eye on you so that the Shattergang could figure out where Krenko is
and stab him. Yeah,
stab him first.
Stab him. Yeah,
right.
I did catch that. Yeah.
So they're tailing you in hopes that if and when you find him, they can kill him first.
But we have to bring him in alive, so we don't want the Shattergang brothers to find out.
We very much do not want the Shattergang brothers to successfully stab Krenko.
Right.
A little bit.
I mean, I'd be happy if they stabbed Krenko, but...
Brinson, I think the best thing to do right now is to send this little guy on his way, but send him with a message.
Yeah? What kind of message is that? I want to pick up the goblin again by the arm this time.
Yeah.
So he listens real well.
When you go to pick him up by his arm, you hear a tink tink clink clink as it. You see he was reaching in his pocket again, and there's this globe of, it's like your typical spherical potion bottle, but on one side is a clear liquid, and on the other side is a blue liquid, and they're separated by a very thin vacuum.
Okay.
And as it takes to the ground, he's like, "Whoa, don't worry about that. Look, just how about you take that and I leave? I'll just figure it was here."
You listen real good to this this young lady over here, and we'll send you on your way.
Yeah, and he like keeps nervously looking at the potion bottle on the ground.
Okay.
I'd like to try to get close to him, and I'd like to try to steal that potion bottle
Oh, it's on
from
the
the ground without him.
It's on the ground.
Yeah, you can just pick
Can
it up.
but can I pick it up without him noticing though? Or is he like really kind of fixated on it and he'll notice anyway if I try to pick it up?
I feel like we're all fixated on it at this point.
Yeah. You feel like him dropping it and keeping an eye on it is what made him nervous. If you want to give me investigation or an arcana check to know more about it, I will hook you up.
I'd like to investigate that bottle a little bit more.
Mm.
Oh, goody! 7.
Do you want me to roll 2, Joel?
If you want to.
Sure. 14.
Yeah, so for Zora, there's 2 chemicals being separated by something. For Brinzen, these 2 chemicals, if they were mixed together, would probably like burst into flame or explode or something. You've seen a couple of the Rubble Belt Raiders use these.
Nice.
This is your standard issue alchemist fire.
Nice.
Brinson,
So-
do you know exactly what that is?
Yeah, that is colloquially referred to as a bomb. So,
Oh,
yeah, go ahead and pick that up carefully, please.
I'm just gonna reach over and like try to grab it, and I'm just gonna do one of these and just with my eyes really wide, like, what do I do with it?
So basically, it functions like a glow stick. If you like break the seal between it, the 2 chemicals will mix, which primes it, and then you can huck it, and it explodes.
Explodes on impact after it's primed.
After your investigation, you can tell that the seal is intact. So.
Okay,
So
so
unless we
safe to
purposely
handle.
break the seal,
Yeah.
then it's
Okay,
safe to
yeah.
carry around.
He was just real worried when he dropped it. It was gonna take him with it.
Arm itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and just put that in your bag. Be careful with it, but it seems to be okay right now. That'll come handy later. You need to set some gangsters on fire. So,
I'd like
any
to-
last words for this here? Speaking of gangsters, we want to set on
Yes.
fire.
Yes. So I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna say, take this message back to your boss. We are here to find Krenko first, and we're going to find Krenko first. There will be no stab. Got it?
It's more like a explosion. You know, the Shatter Gang, they're less stab, more explode. You know. Because he kind of like nervously looks at your pocket where you like put the bomb away. I get it. I understood. You got it, lady.
Yeah. How about you you stay out of our way for the while we're dealing with this Krenko issue, and
Because
we can all stay friendly when we walk away from this.
Because there are more of us, and we will find out.
Yeah. You know what? How about you just let me go, and I'll maybe I'll just call it an early day. You know. Yeah.
Cool.
So we let him go.
Yeah, I'll let him go.
He kind of like dusts himself off. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later, and he just kind of like scampers off.
That was fun. We got a bomb out of it. We got some info. Went pretty well.
Yeah. So, most notably, I think Alchemist Fire or something. I want to say it's like 2d6. I don't remember offhand. But you could find it on your character sheet and add it to it if you like.
What is it called?
Alchemist Fire.
Where am I adding it?
You can go to your equipment and look up items, and you can just add it in there. But yeah, that's how that goes. Otherwise, I'm gonna say you guys make it to the old Slag and Grub without issue. For people who have not been there, I'll give you the lowdown. Shops and people. All right, so. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. So this is warehousing district. There's a lot of dock workers. There's a lot of big burly people here, kind of like in the blister coil area of the city. This is all of your hardworking factory folks doing their day-to-day. The Orzhov are known to control most of the warehousing here, but that doesn't mean they can employ... They employ a wide variety of people from a wide variety of places. Some of the warehouses house and store is it supplies. Some of them hold Boros needs. They're kind of a wide variety as far as what the warehouses are used for, but a majority of them are owned and ran by the Orzhov, because that's how you make money, is owning property. Who knew? And off to the side, there's a couple of dive bars. Zora leads you over to this little ramshackle wooden building with, like, there's holes out of the side of the wall. The steps leading up to it are kind of ramshackle. And you're pretty sure this whole building, like, leans slightly to one side. And as you go through the door, you'll notice how... Brinton, you have no problem. You fit in here. Big open place. You're assuming everything is built to accommodate everyone. And the thing you notice is that this is about a little bit after midday, so some people are pouring out of the building, maybe just have eaten. But there is one very large Minotaur friend kind of cleaning a glass out behind the bar. And as you two walk in, he makes eye contact with you, and he's like, "What's it gonna be? Food or drink?"
Both.
He nods, reaches below the bar, gets a glass, just fills it up. Sets your standard issue ale on the table, and goes into the back to grab some food. But we'll get back to him and all that good stuff, because we're going to cut back to the sewers as two people enjoy a leisurely time in a tavern while we see some more sloshing going on in the sewers. So probably about 3/4 of the way through your journey, everything's, standard issue. You're like, I'm following these tracks, no problem, keep an eye on things. Some of the gates you want to take were maybe locked or just sealed shut, and so you had to take a roundabout way. But with the combined knowledge of, like, Golgari Undercity and infrastructure from Izzet guilds, you kind of find different pathways. You can bypass certain things, and for the most part, you get there. But the main wall that you need to get through to your where the tracks lead into is there is a set of gates that appear to have been, like, boarded over, that have a chain placed around them. And there are some Golgari runes on it. Some of them withered away. But from what you can tell, it seems like a warning sign, and it just kind of says don't, and whatever other words are on there have been scratched over, and then it says inside. But there's some, like, loose chains wrapped around the doorway and the wall next to it.
Well, it looks like this is where we need to go. There's a little warning sign here, Gary, but I mean, some of it's scratched off, so I'm not really sure what they're trying to say. But I mean, this is the way. So can you help us break this down, Bachelor?
I'll certainly do my best. I'm not quite as strong as Brinson is, but we'll see what I can do. I'd like to heft up my Warhammer and just take a swipe at this keychain, or I guess door chain.
Yeah, give me a attack roll, damage and all.
So overall, that is a 14 to hit, and then it'll be 7 damage.
Yeah. So you kind of like do that. All right. There's the lock, and as you swing your hammer, that lock just kind of like whatever rust was there, kind of got rid of its integrity, and as you hit it, it just crumbles into dust, and then you hear like the chain just like clink, 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 and fall to the floor. That seems to be whatever was holding them up. And then the doorway to that tunnel entrance just kind of like swings in your direction a little bit.
Cool. All right. Well, let's go. I guess.
Yeah. So you guys head inside. This is you see on the opposite side of this little interchange area similar gates and wooden signs locking that end as well. But as your eye contact makes connection with that door, you see on the sides these just like piles of refuse, and you're like, man, there sure is a lot of garbage here. And then you could swear that you see that garbage shift and move a little bit. And on a little bit closer look, you notice that pile of garbage has a tail. And these 3 little piles of garbage seem disturbed by your light source and are not too happy that you're here. So we're gonna do some fighting. So if you guys want to roll initiative for me,
Oh hell yeah!
that'd be real swell.
Let's go. 13.
That'll be a 16 plus 2.
All right, so
So it's our first fight, and Steph, you get to miss it. So you don't get to fight yet.
so
You just get to watch and see how it goes.
what was it? 20 to
I have
15?
to miss it too.
That's true.
Yeah, but you've
Sad.
fought before. This isn't your first campaign.
Wait,
True.
16 for Bachelor and Drizrix.
Yes.
All right, and then what's the other score?
13.
13. Okay. Like in true fashion, I roll very poorly. So,
Wonderful.
oh, I get a +2. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
You know the GM is good when they can't make good initiative rolls.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah, so just for fun, I'm gonna see how this works out. Because I have a bit of a plan. So, let me pop this bad boy together because I own way too many things that I never use. So, they have barely won the initiative first. So I'm gonna have them go here in a second, but I am slowly buying time for me to erect or set this thing together.
Be careful, friends. There's an enemy here.
A wild garbage pile appears.
It's fine.
This isn't a friend of yours, is it?
I'm sorry, what?
Gwenia, this isn't a friend of yours? We should fight this?
No, I don't know what this is. Not that I know what the other thing was, but they're already attacking me. Not like trying to talk to them is going to help.
Also, I'm mainly doing this because I want to give Infinitokens some feedback.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, Pick a color. Give me a Wooburg color.
Green.
Okay. All right. What else do you guys have for colors?
Blue.
Okay. All right, and Drizzrix, what color do you want?
Red.
All right, perfect. All right. Man, this is so great. Infinite tokens are wonderful. What do they say? This combat brought to you by Infinite tokens and my inability to prepare things.
All of my notes are brought to you by Infinite Tokens as well.
Yeah.
Notes. What notes?
All right.
That was a rhetorical question.
So we're gonna switch over to my newly attempted battle cam. So let's.
Ooh, fancy.
We'll see how this works.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. Oh.
Let's
You
go
know.
to this scene. Woo! I don't know how well it's gonna focus, but yeah, look at that. I did a thing.
Nice.
Yay, a thing. All right. So yeah, I mean, I can see. I'm the purple, or I'm the green in the front, the 13, and then there's a bachelor behind me with in red, and then or no,
I'm
that's
red.
Driz.
That's
No, it says
blue.
Driz, right? Yeah, and then there's a bachelor that's blue across the sewer from me.
Yeah, if that placing's okay.
All right, and then we have 3 rats.
Yeah. So I give them all their own initiative.
Yeah. So 2 of them get to go first.
My first was a 1 over here. So.
Whoa.
Nice.
This rat's gonna hop over here and attempt to hug you. I rolled a 4 for a total of 8 to hit.
I'm 14 AC.
All right. They've got a movement of 30.
Each square 5 feet, I'm guessing, or is it 10?
5 foot. Okay. The other one's gonna attempt to bite you.
Ooh.
For 10. Woo! I'm so good at rolling.
Hell yeah.
So after that is Bachelor and Drizzrix. You can take your turn however you feel like it.
I always want to say like bachelor number 1.
Actually, I was going to suggest that Odward go first, as I can't really get across the river.
It's like a foot deep.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Still go first, though.
Okay.
All right.
This area is probably not a foot deep, but you know you're good.
I will go over towards it looks like the grate.
This side?
Yeah. I can go behind the grate. Yeah, that top square.
I believe yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can like scoot around this side if you wanted. If that's what you're going for.
Like down below the corner. Like right above, and then one to the left.
Oh, hey.
Right there.
I missed my Halo of Sport.
Oh, if something hits you?
No, it's a reaction. You can use your reaction to deal 1d4 necrotic damage to one creature you can see when it moves into a space within 10 feet of you or starts its turn there. If it fails a con throw. Con
Oh,
save.
you got it. Let me
I can only do this once per
Yeah, you get one reaction.
Right.
Okay. So I guess when the first rat attacks me, I can use my Halo of Spores.
I rolled a total of 12 for the
12?
con save.
12 is the save, so you're fine.
All right. A good
Yeah.
point though. Okay, so Drizzard, what you got for me?
I am going to cast Chaos Bolt on the one across the way.
This one?
Yes, that one.
You got it. Is this a missile attack to hit?
Yeah, ranged spell attack. What is my bonus there? So that is a 16.
You definitely hit. And roll me some percentile, too.
27.
Okay, so... let's back up a quick second. So when you use this spore thing, Gwynia, what does that look like when something gets close to you? Do you just like sneeze and explode in spores?
I'm surrounded by invisible necrotic spores that are harmless until you unleash them on a creature nearby.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's part of my druid or cleric of or circle of spores,
Gotcha.
which is the circle choice for my level 2.
Which brings us back to Judrix. What does it look like when you, a member of the Is It League, manipulates magic? Do you use your fancy new tool that I don't think you've shown anybody? Or
Yes, I am focusing it through that. Would you like a description?
Yes,
Yes, please show us your tool.
So,
Okay.
the last time, between the last time we met and this time, I have gotten some nice new clothes, which are now, covered in sewage. And extending from the sleeve of my new robes, you can see like a sort of like a leather gauntlet, like fingerless gloves but leather, and then green tubes of liquid that are strapped to various places on my arm at like joints, and go down through to the edge of the fingers, and so that's what you can see extending on my hand.
So you just lob a big ball of goop at him?
Well, we don't know what it is yet, so I'm going to roll 2d8 plus 1d6, and the d8s are going to determine the type of element it is.
You got it. Hit me.
So the d8s are a 6 and a 7, and then a 5, so that is 18... 18 poison damage.
Okay. So you lob a ball of green goop at them?
Exactly, a glob of green goop.
Yeah, so as you channel this through your glove and throw it at him, it hits this quite large rat, probably very large in comparison to you, and the blob just hits it, and then it falls to the ground, and there is no rat there anymore. And most notably, there's a bit of a spark kick from your apparatus as it kicks back into you. And there's a bit of a spark and a fizz, like those fireworks are like, eep. And you're blue. Like, not like you're sad, your skin is blue now. You feel a little, warm and fuzzy, like some magical effect hit you. But in addition to that, your skin is now blue for, roll me a d4.
4.
So for the next 4 hours, your skin will be blue. Science. All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm good there.
All right, Bachelor, what's the play?
We're going to step into the river next to both rats. So keep going. There we go. I would like to punch and then punch each rat in succession using my bonus action.
All right. 12 is the number to hit.
I'm going to crit on the first one.
Okay.
for a grand total of 8 damage, or 10 damage. No, wait, this is D&D, so it's 8 damage. There we go.
Yeah. So what does this look like when you punch it? Do you just like thud it on its head like
Instead
Fezzik?
of punching, I probably just walk into the river and kick it as hard as I can, the one in the river.
All right. Well, its body flies across the river and gets sucked down this drain.
I'm then going to try to step up and stomp on the second one.
You got it.
14?
14 does it.
All right, for a measly 6 damage.
All right. You stomp on this one, but after you like lift your leg back up, you're like, "Ha! I got him!" And then it just hisses at you very loudly, very injured.
Do I need to make a fear check because it's a mouse and I'm an elephant?
Do you? Are you afraid of mice?
No, I'm not afraid of mice.
Oh god, that's funny.
Gwenia, it's up to you.
I understood that reference.
If you to reach out to the older demographic.
All right, so I'm going to cast Chill Touch at the last remaining rat.
Yeah. Touch it.
And let's see, my roll is an 8.
Yeah, you're all prepared to go and touch it, but now it's kind of misshapen by being stomped on, and you're like, oh, I was all ready. Oh, it's kind of gross looking now. But more importantly, what does it look like when Gwenia uses magic?
It's like a green, like ghostly, like vaporous spore like hand just comes and tries to like grab this mouse.
Gotcha.
Rat, this rodent.
Yeah. Well, it manages to dodge it somehow. And
Yeah. It's a bad roll.
if there's nothing else, I know combat at 2nd level is so exciting. There's tons of actions you can do.
Yeah, so much.
Otherwise, it would go back to the rat's turn. And I rolled a 16 on the die, so that's a 20 to hit Bachelor. Which I would hope hits.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Let's go. Give me the damage.
Well, I have a reaction. If it starts the turn, it can get hit by my Halo of Spores again. If it starts the turn, it might... Oh, wait, no, this is the first round. So, no, I already used... Yeah, never mind, because this is the rat didn't go yet. Okay.
This is a new round.
Yeah, you can totally do it if you want.
Well, no, the rat started. I mean, this is the first round.
We just went back to the top of the...
Oh, this is the first rat, not the third rat.
Yeah,
not number 3. Okay.
Top of
yeah,
the
then
round.
Halo of Spores. Right, so you have to make a con save.
5.
Okay, you get 1d4 necrotic damage. 4 damage.
Spoilers, 1 is its health.
Yay! It
So-
dies.
Dang it, I was really looking forward to get hit.
You would have taken 5 piercing damage, but
Ooh.
That's like some damage.
so
Thanks for the save.
yeah,
From a little shitty rat.
it's actually a giant rat on my screen.
Oh, a giant shitty rat.
But yeah, shout out to Infinitokens and me attempting to use this since I don't have minis. Woo.
Cool.
But yeah, so what does it look like when your invisible halo of spores kills something?
Just kind of you see the spore, it just kind of like breathes in these spores, and then just kind of like the rat just kind of like, you see it just kind of decay outward and just kind of like disintegrate into a pile.
That's disgusting, and I'm here for it. All right,
Yes.
great. Welcome to my impromptu using these tiles I bought years ago and never used them. Yeah, after slapping these rodent fools around, you're pretty sure that the room is safe. You guys didn't roll high enough to make more rats. Blame Zora.
What did she do?
Basically Carson rolled on the encounter table, and she rolled how many creatures of that type
Oh.
Nice.
with modifiers.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
so
thanks, Zora.
I wasn't trying to kill you. She rolled on the table. Yeah, so those guys are dead.
Way to DM and just deflect everything. It's not your
Mhm.
fault.
Yeah. So,
I helped.
okay.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Brenzen.
You're welcome. Well, clearly you handled it just fine.
Of
so-
course.
But yeah, now it's just the three of you left breathing, alone in this room. Drizrix is notably blue. He was not blue before this. And you're left with another shabby door in front of you.
I'm blue, da boo dee da boo da, da boo dee da boo da. Okay.
But yeah, on closer inspection with this door, whoever ran through here maybe have been pursued by these same rats, and they seem to have carelessly not locked this side of it. As you notice with your previous check, the continuation of those similar goblin-sized footprints.
Cool.
As you follow the sewer trails, further down, you come to another noisy sewer grate, but now you're pretty confident based on where you've traveled and your survival checks. You notice that these tracks lead up to another iron ladder, and there's bits of slaps of water and sewage on each rung that lead you up to another sewer grate.
And goblin dirt.
Yeah, and other dirt. It's delicious. Anyway, yeah, bachelor's heading up, trunk first. You just like push that up, flies to the side, and you step out into the middle of the thoroughfare in the warehousing district. A lot of people are confused because a Golgari, a blue goblin, and a Loxodon just popped out of a sewer grate.
And are about to walk into a bar.
What's the punchline?
It is good to breathe a deep breath again.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
a
so
very
much.
funny punchline.
To be
So
fair, the sewers were a pretty deep breath too.
What is the the immediate surroundings? Does it would someone else coming out of here who is not a group of three with one large creature draw attention?
Possibly. Depending on the time of day that everything happened, this is like your industrial district similar to modern day. There are large carts going on each side of the street. The street is like probably like 2.5 lanes wide to help maneuver things, and there's just these big empty warehouses that line up each side of the road. But the thing is, like, after you get out and dust yourself off and close the sewer grates, people don't seem to mind you. They seem to be more focused on whatever their job is. I'm sure when you propped the gate up, there might have been a cart that had to, like, stop because they couldn't continue. And somebody probably yelled a profanity at you before, like, moving on their way. But these are all very, like, very rough workers who seem focused on their task. And it's just after lunch, so everybody seems to be getting back to their shifts and being on their way. Somebody could catch a glance, but everybody seems to be moving, and there's plenty of things. As a goblin, you could probably meld into the crowd pretty easily. But as far as your friends said, they wanted to meet at the Slag and Grub. If you want to give me an investigation check to not get lost and find this place, then you should be on your way.
Can I do survival instead?
Sure.
Okay.
I have gotten an 11.
16.
Yeah, so you notice with your survival check the smell of less foul things. It's more of like gritty iron smell and sweat, and you smell something delicious cooking as far as the survival check. And a quick investigation, you actually look down at your feet and you see inscribed in some of the roadways little markers indicating what street you're on. and using that with your mental map of the city, you can kind of work together to GPS your way to this location. And as you head inside, again, similar description of the building, but inside you see Brinzen has what looks like a very cheap roast of meat on a plate with like a knife stabbed into it. There's also a large mug of ale that he's drinking from. Zora, I don't know what your order was.
Food or drink?
I'm going to get the usual.
Okay. You see Zora, Brendan, you see Zora order the usual, and this Minotaur pulls her off a similarly sized mug of ale with a very large shot glass placed next to it. She then drops the shot glass into the mug of ale, downs it completely, and pushes the mug back.
Well,
Wow,
shit.
that's
It's aggressive.
That's a nice chariot bomb.
What is it?
Okay.
It's I believe we workshopped this. It's not a boiler maker, it's a boiler works.
Oh,
The
okay.
boiler works.
I was
Yeah.
going for like a car bomb.
Yeah, that's it's a bombed style drink.
Yeah, I've never heard of a boiler maker.
It's not my favorite.
What is it? Is it a freaking Indiana thing?
Boilermakers are frequently just beer with a shot chaser, usually straight and straight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just thought Purdue.
And
that,
it's not.
Maybe
that is also
Not,
true.
it's not a regional delicacy. It's
delicacy.
You could get like a beer and drop a shot of whiskey into it, and that's a boiler maker.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay.
it's the give me something cheap and strong dropped in together, and then you just chug it.
Mm-hmm.
At any
It's
rate,
It's
So-
when you're doing
so-
business drinking instead of pleasure drinking.
So
Yeah.
a car bomb is a subset of a boiler maker.
yeah, or a depth charge, depending on how you want to frame it.
Ooh.
So anyway, Steph had a very strong drink in front of me.
Oh yeah, Zora, give me a con save real fast. I know you
Yes.
succeeded last time, but I just like to do it to you.
Let's see. 13.
Yeah, she is a day drinker. She downs it no problem. That's when you see your other three friends enter in to find you feasting and smoking, if you will.
Yeah.
And
The salted pork is especially delicious.
you
The what?
see.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right.
Zora, we bring news. We can conclusively say that we're fairly certain Krark is in the area.
Cranko?
That's the one.
Krark!
It's like, wait a minute.
Oh, we
Wait,
found
what?
leftover worse thumbs. Yeah, so you see Bachelor walk in. His white
So it-
robes are not white at the bottom. They're smelling a little bit funky.
I was gonna say,
Drizrix is blue, and Gwynia seems like she's having a great day.
you bring fantastic news and a dreadful stench.
Oh.
A circumstance I'm unfortunately familiar with, given my work in the fields. I
Indeed.
apologize for my stench, but I think we are on the what's the term? Trail? Wouldn't you say, Gwynia?
Yeah, we are on the right path. Although I could use a drink right now.
We also bring news from above ground from on our way here.
True. People want Cranko dead. Surprise, surprise, right?
Well, yeah. Can we order first?
Yeah, when you bring up the idea of a drink, it's when you see the Minotaur poke his head past Brenton, and he says, "Food or drink?"
Yeah, whatever What are you eating, Brinson?
Meat.
What kind of meat? What is he eating?
The Minotaur looks at you and says, "Meat. Do you want the special?"
What else do you have?
We have meat in its various forms, and we have the special.
Do you happen to have any bread?
Yes. And he reaches down, and there's like just a couple of like clumps of, it's like rolls.
Thank you.
But yeah, he doesn't ask you if you want anything. It's just these are the two options. You have a feeling that this isn't the classiest place. Something named the Slag and Grub is typically you get your drink and your grub, and you get back to it.
Even if I knew what kind of meat this was, I don't think you would want me to tell you what kind of meat it is.
I will have some meat.
Yeah.
Do you have pickles?
No. We have the meat, we have the drink, and we have the special.
All right. Well, I'll have a meat and a drink. Whatever.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say the meat's like 2 copper and the drink's a copper. This is like real cheap food.
All right.
It's not the best drink you've ever had, but you know, it does the job.
It's hearty.
Yeah.
No.
But
Adequate pub fare.
yeah, that's actually what I have written on here is cheap grub, refreshing drink, strictly food and drink. It's what do the fancy people call it? A gastropub is where you eat at the pub. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what a gastropub is.
Gastropubs usually have like fancier kind of food.
Yeah, it's like tacos, but they're made of like wontons or something.
But they cost
Yeah, it's like
$8.
let's take cheap food and make it bougie.
But yeah, so you guys catch up on what everybody's done so far. What's the plan here?
Let's go find Krenko.
Before we leave, we really should keep an eye out for any of these other Shattergang brothers, goblin lackeys, all over the place. So
That's who wants Krenko dead, is the Shattergang brothers.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to
I'm
keep an eye out for them.
Well, we
I'm
want him
sure
alive,
they're not
so
the
what's
only
problem?
ones, but something we gotta watch out for.
The good news is that Krenko should be close if he's in this town still.
So, Joel, you said there was various goop on the ladder coming up from the sewers. Is there any residue remaining outside the sewers?
Of what kind?
Of the sewage kind that I could potentially follow?
Well, some of it's going to lead to the bar.
Sure.
Yeah.
But is there any leading in a different direction?
I would say it would be feasible. It just might be a little difficult.
Sure. I would like to do a survival check to look for tracks or signs of someone else having emerged from the sewer a while back.
Yeah, and this is somewhat related to your job, right?
Yeah.
I will take that into account when I make up the DC right now.
Yo.
Ooh, fun.
In the meantime, I will do a roll. 19.
Ooh-wee. Yeah. So you're like, all right, this creature, It's been walking through stuff. It has the smell tied to it. These are the type of footprints I'm looking for. And you're pretty confident that between your sense of smell and your day-to-day job of tracking animals, you feel very confident that you can follow these to less so like if you were an okay tracker, you'd get like a vague area. You're pretty confident you could like walk right up to the building.
Dope.
So let me scroll through my notes here. Yeah. Is there any other preparations you wanted to make?
Is there anything anybody wants to do before we go subdue Cranko?
No, I'm good.
You think this is the place?
Yes. I do think that. Want to wait a half hour for that food to settle?
I do not think we will need to swim. We should be okay.
I'm gonna try.
It's a myth anyway. You'll be fine. Your body can handle it.
Yeah, that's the joke.
So Joel, I would like to expend another spell slot.
Yeah.
To attempt to cast Disguise Self. So my understanding is that is going to be a DC 10.
Is Disguise Self a
Arcana
cantrip?
check? It is a cantrip.
Yeah, so DC 10 Arcana.
Well, that would be a 24.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell
good.
yeah.
God. I don't know. Your Museum apparatus is just so cool. You're like, I've seen this spell effect. Let me copy it. Ugh.
I would like to be disguising myself as
Ooh.
A cardboard
Zob.
box.
As Zob?
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. So you see as I actually you walk us through this. How does your apparatus copy a spell effect?
so there's like pulsing green light flow, and then it sort of crackles at the edges, and then the crackling covers me, and my is it robes fade into a no pants tunic, and my face becomes less blue and more Zob like.
Yeah. So you are now accompanied by Drizrix, the Zob Goblin.
Zob Goblin.
Most notably, following Brinzen's trail. Are you guys doing this at like outside of the building? Because I haven't to like catch you up. Basically, Brinzen brings you to this like really soot-stained wooden building that kind of has like a faded Boros Legion sigil on it, and just kind of sits next to the canal, like at the end of this row of warehouses. The wooden timber on it looks like cracked and singed, and there's a closed bay door that faces towards the water, and another that faces away into the street. And you see this one's a little bit interesting of a building because it's so close to the canal. There's like some wooden tracks that run from the building out to the pier. And on the alley sides of the building are kind of like two regular sized doors. And on the opposite of that is a double door. So there's various doors around it. This looks like an old weathered building. You're not sure if the Boros Legion still use it or not.
So he left the Boros jail to come to a Boros building.
It's the last place they'd expect.
Fair. Do we still have tracks?
Yeah, you see the tracks lead up and into not the street double bay doors, but one of the side doors.
Okay, so let's.
How big's the
follow.
building?
That's an excellent question. boy. It's pretty big, you know.
Boy, howdy. Yeah.
It's like this big.
Very descriptive.
So
Oh.
tell you what. How about we hop and take our last break while I get this map set up, and we can come back
do
and
that.
look at that.
Cool.
Combat,
So
because map.
it might be combat. We gotta figure out
Might
what's
be.
going on in the
Mhm.
building first.
Why
So,
not
Just
Uh,
have
maybe
a
it's just maybe it's
you know,
just an
a big
acrobatics.
round table.
Yeah, an acrobatics competition. Maybe
Great. I have +3.
yeah, you know,
Perfect.
maybe.
That's fine.
So, you guys hang out if you want. I'm gonna get all this set up, and we'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Dope.
Bye.
Dope.
Hey, look, it's not the fight screen, but this is to let you know we're going to the fight screen. With this, look at this high production value. Wee woo. Yeah, let me Okay, great. So I'll have to adjust it because things aren't looking too terribly great at the moment. But yeah, so you guys are down this here alleyway. I don't know what order you wanted to be in.
I think probably Brinzin and myself at the front.
I like that. Yeah. The
Um,
2 tanks.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if we want to, since I, now look like someone that Krenko might know. Do we want me to go in, like, as a prisoner of yours, or
Actually,
first to try to smooth things over?
I kind of think Odward should go in by himself first, just to see what's going on, not arouse any suspicion.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a good lay of what we're getting ourselves into here.
If our characters
lay of
can
the
get the
land.
information that we've been looking at for the last 10 minutes before we start fighting,
Yes.
that would be neat.
That would be
What?
very crazy.
That would be weird.
Yeah. So what's the go to? Your case in the place is what you're saying.
Yeah. Do we want to have like a call, a secret owl hoot or something?
Oh God, I'm
If-
dying.
Time we're having trouble, a simple should suffice.
Okay.
Just scream like your life depends on it.
Preferably before your life depends on it.
Whatever you feel like doing.
And the door is just openable.
Yeah. Let me try something real quick. Just for fun. Yeah, okay. I was seeing if I could get the other thing to capture this. Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I did not remember the door. Is it just openable? Like I could slip through it?
If you want to give it a try, you've got the single door over here. On the other side, there's a set of double doors, and then you have, in your other directions, the big warehouse doors.
Yeah,
The pier is notably that direction.
Okay. I will go in the single door.
Okay, cool. So that would be you. When you try the door, it rattles a little bit, but it appears to be either locked or stuck. You're not sure. If you want to do an investigation check, I can tell you a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the mechanisms. That's an 11.
Yeah, the mechanisms look fine. You do kind of like peek through the little broken and shattered timber, and it looks like somebody just kind of barred the door by like taking a piece of board and setting it up against it. You're sure like a good solid shove would probably snap that piece of board in half. Or you can continue looking.
What'd you say?
Or you could continue casing the joint. I don't mean to put actions in your mouth.
Where is the double door on the other side?
Yeah,
of the building?
so the double door is on that side down here.
And then there's big bay doors on the left and the right.
And then there's 2 doors over here. Yeah, and then
And
then there's a set of doors to the pier and a set of doors over here.
Okay, so the side of the building that we're on is the direction that we arrived from.
Yeah, that was the tracks that led you in there.
All right. I will see if there's I'm gonna go around and see if the other doors are unlocked or if there's an ajar window on my way.
Yeah, are you just like walking around and trying all of them, or are you wanting to be discreet about it?
I just go not the warehouse doors,
Mhm.
but I just want to go check for other like person-sized doors, and try them. And if I pass a window on the way,
If you're disguised, you could try knocking.
that is
Technically an option.
Are there like outside this building? Are there like, you know, pallets of crates or barrels or something that the others could conceal themselves behind?
Yeah, possibly. So to give you the lowdown, the warehouse is like 40 foot tall, about 60 foot wide, and 120 feet long. There are no windows, but the outer walls are very brittle and fire damaged. A quick cursory glance around to let you know about the doors. There are a couple of small holes, maybe about a foot or two in diameter, that have been like punched through the wall. So you could probably like weasel and shimmy your way into it, but some of the larger members of your party would have trouble. You know that the warehouse door that direction, the one that the tracks are leading into, that one's closed. There's a set of double doors down there, and the side to the pier is like slightly open just because it leads towards water. There are a number of boxes and barrels that seem to have been recently placed at the double doors on the far side. As if they were like a recent delivery or something.
Can I do a perception check and like just kind of glance around, see if there's anything else we see?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. And nothing's in direct sunlight, right?
Not terribly. It's kind of pushing later into the day to where that wouldn't be a huge deal.
All right, 24.
Yeah, so like the same lowdown, that probably reinforces all that information I just gave. The boxes that are placed on the door opposite of where you guys are currently down there have only been recently placed. There's no marker or indication as to who or where they were delivered from. And a quick like pause and listen lets you know that there's some noise coming from inside of the building, but not like loud, rough sounds like something big being moved or shifted, like just lower voices of people whispering that you can't quite make out what the words are. But there are a few people inside moving about.
Yeah, so if people can conceal themselves behind the boxes, I will go knock on the door that is closest to the boxes.
If for whatever reason that doesn't work, or something, I can pick that lock too.
Hey, sweet. I might be able to fix the stream. Hold up. Wait a minute.
What's going on?
I think I did it.
Cool.
The way I cropped the video was not conducive to showing everything I could show.
Ah.
So now I can show more. Great. Fantastic.
Yay.
It kind of matches up with what you guys see now.
Okay.
There we go. It'll just be like
Nice.
a little opposite widescreen. Sorry, what was your question again?
Only that if knocking for whatever reason doesn't work, I can pick the lock.
The door on this side was not locked. It's actually barred.
Oh, okay.
It's barred. Yeah.
Got
But
it.
I mean, if we need to, Bachelor
Like,
or I
yeah.
could just break it down.
Yeah, so if knocking on the double doors doesn't work, then we'll enter by force.
We'll make our own door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will knock on those doors. Oh God, what did Zob sound like?
Did you want this door, or are you guys shifting to the opposite
You
doors?
said the boxes were close to the double doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll knock on the double doors.
Yeah. Do you want me to just shift you guys all over, like that?
It's good with me.
I guess what's your arrangement? Because you guys have a whole alleyway over here. Actually, we can do. You're at the doors. Do you want to like stack?
I mean,
up, like
where
this
are the
with
boxes?
Yeah, sure. Let me give you some boxes. Yeah, this is so great. There are some boxes here. Look at that. I can draw them and they look terrible and don't show up.
Cool. I see boxes.
My pens are around here somewhere, but even
See, I guess if everyone's on the right side there.
Ooh. Yeah, I got you. So yeah, you could hide back around here if you wanted.
Ooh, nice.
Do something like you guys could stack up behind the boxes there if you wanted.
Sure, good enough. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll knock. Oi, boss! Got some information for you. I don't remember what Zob sounded like.
Thanks to World of Warcraft, all goblins to me sound like they're from the New York area or Boston.
Hard Cockney accent.
Yeah, it's whatever. You can make up whatever. It's all good. Yeah, so you knock on the door for a little bit, and you hear some like hushed whispers. And then one of them comes to the door and cracks it open a little bit. And this goblin is like more nose than face. Like he's got the big round like bulbous nose, and that's what he sticks into the door. And he's like, "What are you doing here?"
Stuff went down at Foundry Street. We gotta move.
We gotta move from here?
Yeah. The authorities are closing in.
Look, like, we just got here, nobody tailed us, and now you're here? Are you sure?
I think they're heading this way. Can I come in and we can go over logistics?
I see you using those fancy words from the other people. Give me a minute. Give me a deception check.
$15.
Well, I rolled a 4. So he's like, look, they might have tailed you. Like, he waves you into the door real fast.
Yeah, I go in.
So yeah, he lets you into the door and he closes it behind you. And inside, you see a number of things. So just to give you an idea, this is like a staircase that goes up and spirals up to the second floor. So all these marks are to demarcate a catwalk. So like there's a goblin up here with a crossbow hanging out. There's another one on this weird looking cart thing, kind of like shifting levers and doing whatever. But those are the only other two you see through some windows here. But inside of here is an office in which you see our good friend Cranko appears to be digging through some papers and boxes. Not quite unlike the one sitting outside. And then there's the guy who you met. But Cranko appears to be like digging through a safe, and he takes a bag out of his pockets and drops it into the safe with like a very loud clunk, and closes it and spins the dial to the safe before putting it back in the corner. And so Cranko looks up, and he says to you in Undercommon, "So were you tailed?" Or not Undercommon, Goblin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was
Sorry.
starting to sweat.
I forgot if Undercommon was Goblin or not. So yeah, he speaks to you in Goblin.
No, I made sure no one could follow me.
All right, you didn't see any of those Shattergang brothers either, right? I know they're hot on my tail after what happened to their brother.
I didn't. As I was coming here, I heard that they were around. I think there was a little scuffle in the market.
Question: are they speaking loud enough that we can hear them? Like, because we're all outside.
Yeah, he hasn't moved from the door, and is speaking unless anybody knows Goblin.
I know Goblin, so I kind of
know
want. I was
Goblin.
thinking maybe I could put my ear to the door, or ear to the door, ear to the wall, so I could listen in on their conversation.
Yeah.
So Zora and I can eavesdrop on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, all right, well, tell you what, grab those boxes from outside. We got a little delivery from a good friend of mine, and we can put those to good use.
I turn to everybody. Guys, we're about to be in trouble. They just said that they want to move the boxes.
You got how am I supposed to get them in here?
Use your back, you idiot! And he kind of like waves towards the door.
Is there any sort of hand truck around?
He just expects you to carry these giant ass boxes.
Yeah. Yeah, with a quick cursory look around, there's like a little hand cart.
All right, I will sullenly go get it and like mutter something like coming to try to save your skin, you just put me to work.
Ingrates.
So you head back outside then?
Yes.
Okay. You head back out, and you see Zora's listening at the door. And yeah, there are 2 crates, and your friends are still out here.
I think. Sorry, I'm checking my. Yeah. Can we? Do we think we should open up one of these boxes while I'm bringing the others in? Just.
I would like to see what's
y'all
in the
can
boxes.
Take a look and see what we're working with.
After hearing Krenko say that they're going to be useful, I would like to know what the contents are.
Mm-hmm.
I attempt to open one of the crates.
And I'm gonna while they're doing that, I'm gonna, as slowly as possible, be struggling with bringing them in one by one.
Yeah. So do you have like a crowbar or anything to help you out? Otherwise, it's just like a straight up athletics.
I have one if no one else does.
Yeah. So
if you have a crowbar, I would love to use a crowbar.
Yeah, I will pass that over and start struggling with the first box into the building.
Dope.
Yeah, so that'll give you athletics check with advantage.
Cool. All right. Uh, 19.
Yeah, you pop this bad boy open, and inside of this crate are actually we'll hop back to this screen and then I'll work even better. You find a number of what looks like broom handles that are slightly elongated on one end, and instead of a broom at the other end, it just looks like a cone. Drizrix, you immediately identify these. These are contraband Scorchbringers.
So yeah, I'll when I see it, I'll drop the handles of the hand truck in surprise. I'll be like, those are Scorchbringers.
I don't. Is that a gun? Is that a weapon?
What's that?
Should we like break down this door and go beat him up now?
So for Drizerix's sake, Scorchbringers are like the equivalent of a handheld flamethrower that
Sure.
are all
That makes
compacted into one. These don't have guild markings on them. They seem to have been like crafted and secondhand made. They don't have the usual stamps. They are not the same model, but you can tell that their outcome of what they need to do is the exact same. You only know this because during our downtime, you were in your choice of what you wanted to use your renown for. One of your options is you could have become a Scorchbringer, where they issue you one of these. This is like a much beat up, maybe works, maybe doesn't work, but these are contraband flamethrowers, basically.
Do I think that I could, quickly between trips teach my friends how to use them?
Actually, you could probably just do it in a simple phrase. It's like that point, end, and direction of enemy. And
Oh yeah. Unlike a claymore mine where it says point towards enemy.
Yeah, that's exactly how they work. They have a trigger, not unlike a gun. But yeah, that's how they work.
So you hold it, you point that in, you pull that thing.
For anyone who wishes to use them, it's basically a DC 12 dex save versus 3d6 fire damage and a 30-foot cone. It's like your own portable burning hands, except these have complications. Asterisk.
So yeah, I'll pass that information and then get this crate back inside and struggle to get it over to where Krenko wants it.
Question.
Yep.
Is there a container for any sort of fuel on these devices, or is it like magically produced flame?
Excellent question. Let me look up the stat block for these things. Hey, there we go. Okay. So, okay, so 30 feet long. Oh, never mind. I lied to you. It's not a burning hands. It's a stream of flame 30 feet long, 5 feet wide.
Gotcha.
DC 12 save versus 2d6 fire damage. There isn't a tank on it. It's used to like refresh it. And this one does not seem to be made soundly. You're pretty sure that if a person who is untrained using it, there's a larger complication that they could do it incorrectly and maybe have it go off early.
Okay. So there is a tank attached to these.
Yeah.
And does it have stuff in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
When you pop off the top and like look at one, you can see him kind of like slosh around.
Okay. So you're saying that this stuff here catches on fire. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Cool. So I have an idea that may or may not come up later. So what do we want to just give him this other crate, hammer it back up, and or do we want to like break down this door, start beating up goblins? What's the thought? What are we thinking? What's the play here?
I think we should
beat up goblins.
be efficient. I will go for Krenko himself. The rest of you try to disable as many people as you can.
I feel
Zora,
like-
thoughts?
Hmm.
Well, I have these shackles, right? mend them later. We can do. Wait, are we like? Can you pass me the shackles and I mend them before I spend an action? That way we can, if we get Krenko, we can just put him back in these shackles that he took off of.
That's a good idea. I do have these shackles.
All right,
Shackles are good.
cool. So you pass me the shackles, or you just hold him out, and then I can. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool.
You've got some mended shackles. As you're like buying time, give me another deception check to play off that you're like, oh, I tipped the cart and now I'm like bringing it back in.
That one is a 9.
Okay. Yeah, you hear the guy who met you at the door shout out to you like, sounds like you're having trouble out there. Do you need a hand?
I'm just not used to this sort of manual work. I'll get the hang of it. Where do you want this one?
Yeah, so if Zora's here, give me a quick stealth check.
Yes.
Because he's gonna go up to the door and chat about you.
I did 16.
All right. So yeah, he pokes his head out the door, looks at you this direction, and is like, "All right, what do you need help with here?" And he steps out to kind of situate himself around the box to give you a hand.
Is there a good way to use this thing? I don't know how to best leverage this.
Well, Odward is talking with the other goblin. I want to try to sneak through the door. Now that the door is open and the goblin is distracted.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna say with your stealth check, you can probably just like squeeze behind him. Give me an acrobatics check to like leap through.
Acrobatics. Ooh, 21.
All right, yeah. So unfortunately, you do slip by him. At which point, you do see a different goblin form rummaging through some more boxes. And when he sets his box down and look up, you make eye contact.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I believe the words you're looking for are Cheez-It.
So, what do you do?
Oh man, I thought I was gonna be able to like sneak in there and like. Oh shoot. What do I do? What do I do? Who has the shackles right now?
Bachelor has the shackles.
Bachelor has the shackles. And Bachelor is. Bachelor,
Way
where
outside.
are you? Oh, you're like way outside. So you're okay. I see.
Way outside. Yeah.
So you can't throw me the shackles. Dang. I'm gonna try to dive underneath the table.
Okay. I will let you take cover behind the table. As you see him turn to the side and pull out this light crossbow, and he goes to shoot at you, and it thuds right into the chair that you dove past. Roll me initiative, friends.
Oh.
Yo, Infinitoken.
4. Oh. Hurts. Ugh.
Got the fatty 20.
I got the fatty critical miss. 1.
Initiative.
Oof.
Oh.
6.
So
I got a 13.
6 total.
I got a 6. I rolled a 4, and I have +2 to my initiative.
Okay. Well, I will shift back to the full screen. Whee! Okay.
Whee!
So, let's see. Based on my number assessment, man, it's so cool to just find numbers. You hear Cranko shoot his crossbow at you and shout into the back, "We got company here!" And this guy, what is his movement? You see another goblin come right around the corner to see you, but he has to use a lot of movement to get there. So then that's 22. So next up would be Bachelor.
With 40 feet of movement, can I get to Krenko? Because I think I can count that out there.
You can get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, you can get here.
Yeah, can you give me right there? That's perfect.
Yeah.
I would like to attempt to grapple yonder goblin.
Yon Goblin Ruffian.
Is this going to provoke an opportunity attack?
From the goblin at the door, yeah.
Even though he hasn't acted in initiative yet?
Yeah.
Okay,
5e doesn't have, like, surprise rounds.
Perfect.
Strangely enough. So... Alright. So you're gonna make an athletics check to grapple him, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a 16.
I rolled an unmodified 16. So how about we just say we tie and we go again?
Sounds good.
Oh my god.
That's not as good. That's only a 9.
Joke's on you. I rolled a 2.
Can I be holding him by the scruff of his neck and say, "Hello, are you Krenko? I believe you need to come with us."
Yeah, definitely. So you run in, pick him up, but on your way in, I'm gonna roll for our friend here to slash at you with an 8 to hit.
Turns out, nah.
Turns out he's holding a box, and as he turns to go by, he drops the box onto his foot and goes to reach for his dagger and hits the box instead. Yeah, so you grapple him. He does not answer your question, surprisingly enough.
Shocker.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
I think that's it for me. All of my bonus... Well, actually, no, hold on. What does my key do? I apologize. Can I... I'd like to spend 1 key point activating my feature Step Over the Wind. It allows me to take the dash action as a bonus action on my turn.
Okay.
I would like to move 40 feet back outside.
Okay. I'm gonna
While
say
holding
carrying a
Cranko?
person is gonna reduce you to like half movement.
That seems more than fair.
Because this is all gummed up. So I'm gonna say
More than fair.
he shares the same spot as you. So let's just say like 5, 10,
and then 20 just to put me just outside.
Yeah.
At the angle there. Perfect.
Yeah, we'll just say. Yep. All right.
Wonderful. I'm so excited.
Can I use because Bachelor is so big? Can I kind of walk behind Bachelor a little bit so I'm kind of close and using him as cover?
Wow. Perhaps on your turn.
Okay.
So that's 20. So next in line would be 17 with Drizzerix.
So I'm going to run beside them, beside Bachelor and Krenko, and
like here, or do you?
Can I here when I? So was I holding the box together with that other goblin?
Sure. He dropped it, so I'm gonna say your hands are free.
So I'm gonna, like, sort of just tilt it, the end that I'm holding, tilt it towards him. hopefully gum things up for him, and then run over to Bachelor and Krenko, and I guess there's no good way for me to be inside the door.
Yeah, this entryway is all gummed up.
Yeah, so I will go beside the door, so to the left of them, and I'll say, "Boss, I told you we had to get out of here," and I'm gonna punch Bachelor. 12. I gotta keep my cover.
That's fine, I guess. 12 is not enough.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
So here's how that works.
Oh, it's actually not even a 12. It's a 9.
So
Oh, hell yeah.
Here's the deal. Drizzrix makes full contact with your body, but you don't take any damage. Because AC means I hit and did damage. So he punches you, but like ineffectually.
He punches you, but he's a goblin who weighs 1/10 as much as you do.
It wouldn't have done anything anyway because my unarmed strikes are 0 bludgeoning damage.
So
LMAO.
all punches do a minimum 1 damage. But yeah.
If you hit.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I will use a bonus action to expend 2 sorcery points to create a level 1 spell slot.
You got it. Okay, so after Drizzrix looks like our gang member, yeah, he's gonna turn around and attempt to stab Bachelor. So here's the deal. You've got Krenko grappled. I can increase your AC as if it were cover, but Krenko might take damage.
Oh, no. I'm like trying to protect him specifically when I'm doing this. Like, I was actually very surprised when I got punched by Drizzrix, so I'm now confused about where to hold the tiny goblin.
Yeah. So he's gonna take a swipe at you. Oh, a 22 to hit. Wow, I did it.
Hey, look at Joel making good rolls.
Yeah.
I mean, just to make 1 or 2, I guess.
Oh my god. You take minimum damage of 4 piercing. Because I'm great at rolling d4s. Yeah, so he kind of like just stabs you in the side.
Sounds good.
Gabo got the stabbo. That's his turn. Which leads us to this friend. He's gonna 25, 30 dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. So that's his turn. Which I believe takes us to Brinson.
Sure. I would like to use how far away is the goblin in the doorway? Like, what's the distance there?
Like 15 feet.
Okay.
You could also move if you wanted, but yeah, this guy's not far away at all.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would like to rush him and attack with my halberd.
Is that close enough for you? Or do you want to be like?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Okay.
Let's see. 19 to hit.
You hit him. Were you raging as well, or no?
No, not this time.
Okay.
So let's see. 13, 15 damage. Slashing.
Holy crap!
Get fucked.
Yeah, you blindside him and just kind of like
Cleave his head off.
You cleave him. He crumples to the floor. You might trip on him on your way in or out, but yeah, you let me get rid of that. He's dead.
He's dead, Jim.
Anything else?
No, I don't think so. I think that's it. I think that was enough.
All right, so that brings us to Zora. It's your go.
Is Krenko skipping his turn?
Oh, hey, look at that. He's got a turn. Good call.
I don't really want to roll an opposed check, but I figure I better offer.
It is technically correct.
He is going
That's
to.
kind of correct.
He's going to use his action to break the grapple.
Can you beat a 17 for me?
No.
No, he cannot.
Negative.
Yeah.
He squirms, and as a bonus action, he's gonna shout at. Oh, there's no goblins around. Dang. He can,
Drizzer X is around, right?
Yeah, he's gonna use a bonus action to let Drizerix take an attack against a target within range.
Punch him in the face.
Darn, that other one is gone.
Yeah, so he yells at you using a special action. You can either move up to 15 feet, or you may attack a target within sight.
Move or attack. I'm gonna so I'll move, and I will I'll move like out, so like 2 squares below them.
Yep.
But like even line with them. And I will draw my crossbow and be like, "Don't worry, boss, I got you."
All right. Yes, that is his turn. So yeah, back to Zora. You take a quick glance behind you and see a body crumpled in the doorway. There's a guy in the other doorway with a crossbow pointed in your direction. What's the play? You might be.
You're muted,
as well.
Steph.
Seeing as how this is my first time being in a battle, woo, first timer.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I kind of here's what I would like to do, and I don't know how feasible it is. So when I made eye contact with Crank, it was because he was digging around in that safe, and then he looked up at me, and so I saw him going through that safe. So now I know that there's a safe there.
Yep.
I heard Brinzen's axe come down on that crumpled body. So I look behind me and I see that there's a crumpled body at the door. Bachelor seems to have Kranko under control just fine. So I'm can I see the goblin on the other side of that door?
Yeah, he's in the doorway. Since combat rounds are like 6 seconds apiece, technically everybody's going in that 6 seconds. So as you come in, Bachelor whips by you like the wind, grabs Kranko, and runs out. And then you see this guy like skid around the corner with his bow. And then he turns in like, oh shit.
So, all right, here we go. What are we doing if we're not going for it, right, team? So I am going to attempt to use my spell that I have to try to freeze him in place.
Sure, what spell do you got?
I have Frostbite.
Yeah. Do what Frostbite says.
So that says 1d6.
Yeah.
And I have a range of 60 feet. And it says con 11.
Okay, so I have to make a save. I got a 17.
Okay, so I just rolled 1d6. So I just rolled a 4.
Yeah, so what does it say if I save? It'll say, like, con save versus this, or something else if I save.
It'll say what now? Sorry.
Okay, so it's Frostbite says if you click on it, you can see what it is. So it causes numbing frost
Oh, I see.
on one creature. Must
Con
make a
save.
Constitution save. On a failed save, they take 1d6 cold damage. But it looks like we passed the save, so it doesn't do anything, right?
So on a failed save, the target takes 1d6 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Yeah, so
Right.
I succeeded the save, so instead nothing happens.
So I don't freeze him?
Correct.
No.
Dang.
But since now you're using magic, what does it look like when you use magic?
So I get very excited after I see this safe. And so I look over, I see the goblin in the door. I jump out from behind the chair. I reach out my hand, and you can see on the back of my hand that there's a symbol that's glowing on the back of it. That nobody has seen before because it's concealed. So now that I'm using a spell, the symbol reveals itself. I put out my hand and I try to freeze that goblin in place. And so a whole bunch of ice comes out and skids across the floor and tries to make contact with the goblin.
Yeah, so he dips back behind the wall as it just misses him, and he shakes off whatever frost is around him. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I want to make my way over to that safe and try to see if I can get it open.
Yeah, so there's a safe here in the corner. It would probably take an action to do so.
Okay.
But if your action is to attack, I don't think you have any other actions to mess with it, but you know where it's at.
So as a rogue, though, you do have cunning action, which lets you take a bonus action to do dash, disengage, or hide.
Yeah. If you take the thief archetype, you can do all that fun stuff in combat, though. So, do you want to stay here? Do you want to stay with the safe? Do you want to back up?
Everybody else seems to have everything under control, so I'm gonna try to stay close to the safe so I can try to open it.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Next initiative order is this other guy who is playing around in the barrels that you did not see. He will weasel his way in, but that's the majority of his action. So now, Gwynia, what you got for me?
All right, so let me see. We have Pranko is being held by Bachelor, right?
Yep.
We have Drizzerix and Brinzin. Drizzerix looks to be an opposing elf. Brinzin is next to those crates. I'm way back there. We have a new elf right inside the doorway. And then there's two other elves, right? Or goblins, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, let's see. Well, I guess the one that came in, I would like to you know what? I think so. I kind of want to make a I'm thinking about making like a cloud of fog.
Okay.
Kind of like run away and like get Kranko like locked up in the shackles and be able to kind of like secure him while we deal with everyone else.
Sure. Where do you want to drop the fog cloud?
Well, I'd like to. How tall are these crates?
You can see over top of them standing up. They're probably about waist high.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna move directly. I'm gonna move on top of the closer crate, and then I'm gonna cast Fog Cloud. Centered. It's a 20-foot radius sphere of fog, and it spreads around corners. area is heavily obscured. It lasts
Centered where?
it lasts for up to an hour until a wind of greater or moderate or greater speed, so at least 10 miles an hour, disperses it.
Okay.
So there's going to be a heavy clog of fog kind of centered around 20-foot radius. So it's going to be, I guess the tip is going to be right before the doorway. So we can still see clearly in the doorway, but it's going to be 20 feet with that being the edge. So the center is going to be like 4 squares over. Right there, yeah. Cool, and it goes inside the building too, because it bends around corners, but it's not going to be able to go through the wall, right? Unless there's a hole.
There's a
Does that-
doorway. There's a doorway
or-
right here. I'll give it to you.
Right. Oh, okay. So it
Maybe
does-
not. Maybe not in here, but there's a bit of a fog in this area.
okay. Cool, and then that is my turn. I don't think I have any bonuses. I don't think I have any bonus actions.
Gotcha.
Cool.
All right. So then we go back to the top of the round. With this guy. Yeah, he's just gonna step in here and give it his best shot, which is a 10 to attempt to hit Zora. A 10 versus your AC there, buddy.
Steph, you're muted again.
Darn it. Sorry. 10 versus what now?
Your AC. Or your armor class.
My AC. Oh, my armor class. My armor class. My armor class is 13.
Alright, so I did not exceed. So he shoots at you, plants a crossbow bolt right in the door behind you, and the wall behind you, rather. And, yeah, he's gonna take a step inside, but that's about all for him. And then we go back to Bachelor. You've got a wriggling Krenko in your hands, and a fog cloud has appeared on top of you.
I'm going to try to convince Krenko at this point his best bet is to just come quietly. And so I'm going to just lay out for him. I don't know if you know the trouble you're in, but you're probably much safer with the Boros walls between you and the Shattergang brothers than you are today. We've been accosted by them several times, and we can get you back to safety, but only if you cooperate.
Yeah, as a hostile group, if you want to give me a persuasion check, with disadvantage.
Unsurprisingly, I'm not the best at persuading people, so that's only a 5.
Oof.
Okay. As you mentioned to him that his best options are with you instead of with the Shattergang brothers, he kicks and screams and claims that, I dealt with those Shattergangs once, I could deal with them again. Just let me at them. And he kicks his feet in the air.
All right, then. With my action, I'm going to deal non-lethal damage with a punch attack.
Go for it.
Oh, wait. No. Persuading is an action. Never mind.
Sure.
I can't do anything else.
I think you can bonus slap him if you want.
I have to use the attack action first, unfortunately.
Oh, gotcha. Fair enough.
What did you do?
I attempted to convince Krenko that big Bachelor protection is probably better than trying to fight Bachelor.
That's funny.
After that, Drizrix, you're now in a cloud of fog, to which you can see little peaks of light next to you.
Yeah, I will step one step to the right. And then I'm gonna take aim with my crossbow and say, "Don't worry, boss, I got you." And I'm gonna point it at that goblin that is just through the door.
This one?
Yeah.
You got it.
And I will shoot my crossbow. That is a 20 to hit.
Yeah, you got him.
Seven piercing.
Ooh. Is roughly the sound he makes as you plant a crossbow bolt right in the center of his chest. He falls back a little bit, but is still hunched over, raggedly breathing.
I'll go. You gotta put some ice on that.
All right.
And end my turn.
All right. After that is the other gang member. You know what? He's gonna take a shot, but you're kind of like partially concealed. Yeah, that's like a 10 against your AC tricks. I can't roll above a 5 today, apparently. After that is Bryn.
I see. I think I would like to. I would like to attack the gang member. Oh,
It's got these three right here.
yeah.
Or
Trying to figure
Cranko.
out which. Or Cranko. I don't want to. Bachelor's taking care of Cranko. I'm satisfied with that for now. I would like to attack the one on the back wall, I think.
This guy?
Yeah.
You're gonna stabbo?
Yeah, let's do a stab.
I think halberds
With-
have reach, yeah.
They have 10 feet of reach.
You got it.
Okay. Let's do 13 to hit.
You got him.
Cool. And for damage, we've got 11.
You got that one too. Yeah, who needs hit points when you can just kill them in one swipe, eh?
Yeah. I keep my halberd very sharp for this
Alright.
reason.
Anything else you'd like to do?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Alright, well, grapple just means he has disadvantage, I think, to, like, hit you.
Which advantage?
Disadvantage.
All
That
right.
advantage.
Since he is grappled, so... in that case... Bachelor and Drizerix, can you make me a dex save?
I can indeed.
4.
That's an 18.
Yeah, so... Oh, good. Okay. So, Cranko withdraws from his pockets a bottle of Alchemist's Fire, and seeing no other choice is going to throw it at his feet. 5, 10... Oh god, he's going to get the crate, too. So if you made the save...
Oh god.
So who did not make the save?
I did not make the save.
I rolled incredibly. I rolled a 6 and a 5. So let me check Alchemist Fire because I don't want to like. I don't know if it's reduced if it's an area. It's called like Alchemical Fire. Man, this would be so much easier if my keyboard was closer to me. Hey, there we go. Oh, apparently I am way off. Yo, that's fine. 20 feet range attack. Okay, yeah, I'm not even rolling the right damage. That's fine. Hey, there we go. So, okay. Everybody. Yeah, so Drizrix, you take 2 fire damage. Bachelor, you take 1. As does Cranko. And you are ignited.
Ooh,
You are on fire.
Oh no.
it's lit.
You
It's
can-
lit, fam.
You can
Oh,
take an
no.
action to extinguish yourselves. Also notably, this crate is on fire as well. Yeah, that's his action. So next is Zora.
Oh dear. So there's a fog. Now, the arrow that Drizzler shot earlier and said, "Ah, some ice on it." Is that arrow in the black tile gang member next to Brinzen?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not dead, but he's definitely incapacitated and won't be able to get to me.
He is not incapacitated and could get to you if
Oh,
it wasn't
really?
if Brinzen wasn't in the way.
Hmm.
Yeah, for all intensive dolphins, he can get up, move around, and attack.
Okay.
For all intensive dolphins.
Yeah, porpoises.
I like that. No, I get it.
Okay.
I got it. It's just a new one. Caught me off guard.
What's
Well,
the plan?
I'm gonna have to work quickly to try to open the safe then. I see smoke coming. I see a fog coming into the room from kind of outside, and Brinzen standing right there. So I feel pretty confident I can open this safe as long as Brinzen is still standing there in the room with me.
Yeah. So make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Oh yeah, 20. So 24.
Yeah. So you set your weapon aside. You pull out your tools, and you unlock the safe. And inside, there is a satchel of coins or of some kind. There are 3 additional vials of alchemist's fire. There's a vial of acid. There's various sets of tools. There are also casings and materials to possibly make more explosives. And there is a strong box inside.
So can you? I was writing that down. Can you say what it is? It's 3 alchemist fires. There's a vial of acid.
Yeah, supplies and tools to make those supplies.
More explosives.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there is a strong box, so another box inside but locked. That when you pick it up or move it, there is a heavy clunk and some rattles of more coins.
Ooh.
But yeah, you pop that open. I would say it'd be easy to pocket the bag, but everything else in there would be a little bit more difficult. The strong box, for the record, is like the size of a boombox. Is big.
Oh, so it's like.
Yeah, it's big, heavy, and locked.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to do with a bonus or move action?
Does my bonus action include taking the things out of the safe?
No, I'll give that to you for free.
Okay, cool. So, just so I'm clear, what was I able to get out?
You got a satchel with a small bag with a small amount of coins in it. Everything else will be much more difficult to take out.
Well, there's still a goblin at the door. Can I try to throw one of the alchemist fires from the safe at the goblin, the gang member?
You used your action to open the safe
Did use my
instead of
action.
attack.
Okay.
So
Okay. So I get to move, or can I hide?
you could, if you think you can hide in a room with a table, some shelves, and 2 enemies in it. It'll be
Uh,
very difficult.
Oh, really? Oh, shoot. Um,
Yeah, it'd be like if very strange. This is the first thing that came to mind. It's like if you and I were in the bathroom and you like ducked into a stall to hide. I'd know where you were even though I can't see you.
so I have all of this stuff that was in the safe that I can't really use, and I only made out with a couple coins, huh?
For now.
Can't use yet.
Yeah, can't use yet. Um, I'm super trapped. I opened this safe, and there's a goblin at the door, and there's another goblin at the other door, and I think my action is just gonna be, Brinson, a little help here.
Well. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Alright. So after you would be this gang member. He rolled a 1 to stab Brinson because I can't roll above a 5.
Nice.
Which is different for damage. Rolling 5 consistently is pretty good. Which brings us back to Gwenio. What's the play?
All right. So let's see. We got
You're on top of a crate.
gang member.
The crate next to
There's
you, containing
fog.
explosive weapons, is on fire.
Oh. All right. Well. Oh, that's a little annoying. I'm gonna jump over that. Do you want to? Yeah. Okay. That works. And then so that's 10. That's 10 movement. And then I'm gonna move. I guess Brinson's kind of in the way. This is kind of blocked, right?
You've got these set of tracks. This part is raised above it, but you have these whole 4 tiles to move in, out, and around.
Oh, cool.
In-
So I can go.
In the way, story of my life.
All right. So I'm gonna go up and then left and be right next to this gang member.
You got it.
And no one's severely wounded, right? No one on our side, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, goblins are weak. Sorry, Driz.
Wow.
You are weak.
Wow.
I didn't mean to like at you, but I did. All right, so this gang member here. I'm gonna do
a stab.
Gonna cast infestation.
Do a murder. Oh yeah, what's that do?
Cause a cloud of mites, fleas, and other parasites to appear momentarily on a creature.
Okay.
Target must succeed a Constitution throw, or takes, well, do the throw.
I got 16.
You have, okay, so it doesn't do anything.
Does nothing.
Yeah.
I can make saves. I rolled above a 5. Everything's going downhill.
So, I guess that's my turn.
All right, Bachelor, you're now the top of the order.
All right. Well, since Krenko is actively trying to kill both of us, I'm going to actually punch this time.
Yep.
Non-lethal damage.
You got it.
Does a 17 hit?
17 exactly hits.
Perfection.
Ooh.
It's going to be 6 non-lethal, and I'd like to use my bonus action to attack again.
Go for it.
That is a 23.
That definitely hits.
Hype. And that's another 4 points of non-lethal damage.
You got it. He seems a little dizzy, but is still hanging in there. All right.
I think I will take my action to move us just 10 feet further away from the burning that I smell.
You got it.
That'll be my turn.
All right, perfect. After that is Drizrix.
So I can try to douse myself.
Yeah. Oh crap. Yeah. Bachelor, you take another. I have to roll for this actually. You take 2 points of fire damage, as I believe you're still on fire, but I mean, it's 2 damage. Yeah, you can take an action to douse yourself if you wanted.
I will do that.
Yeah, you're no longer on fire, but you do take an additional 1 point of fire damage.
Okay. Okay, they're in the fog cloud.
Yeah,
I guess I'll just stay where I am.
Okay. Yeah, there's fighting inside. They're in the fog cloud. This barrel's still on fire. And that's all for you?
Yep.
Okay, so this gang member. Do they get a bonus for doing anything? Nope. Yeah, he's just gonna stay in the doorway and attempt to shoot your pal and mine, Brinson. That's a 7.
Nope, no dice.
So, Brinson, it's your go.
All right. The goblin next to me is still active, yeah?
Yeah, he's barely hanging on.
Okay. Let's see. I would like to... I would like to hit him with my hooves.
Go for it. Do you have to get a running start with that or no?
No.
Cool.
Just rear up and bonk him on the head. 17 to hit.
That hits.
You just need to huff it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
7 damage with the hooves.
Yeah, you clobber him to death. I'm so good. What else would you like to do?
Step on me, Daddy.
She said to the person who just beat someone to death with hooves. But okay.
I did.
You sure did.
I'm stronger than a goblin.
I am going to... I'm going to rush the goblin in the doorway.
Like that?
And yeah, like that.
Base to base.
Face to face. Just box him out. Don't take away his ranged attack.
Yep.
I think that's all I got.
All right.
Not enough space for my bonus charge action.
Krenko takes 1 point of fire damage as he too is on fire. I'm gonna try to break grapple, I guess. Oh boy, I got a 12. What do you got for me, Bachelor? What's your opposed grapple check?
Just a second. That's not good. That is only a 9.
Okay, so he breaks free of the grapple. He's gonna use Nimble Escape to disengage as a bonus action.
Yeah, I don't think I could see him anyway, right?
Damn, why didn't you put the cuffs on him?
Oh, I thought I'd be able to knock him out.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, this sucks because the pier is that direction. So he's gonna take off this way. 15, 20.
Well, he can't see where he's going either. Trying to get away from Brinton until he gets out of the fog, I guess, right?
Yeah, once he gets out, that was his action, that was his bonus, that was his move. Yeah, that's all he's got.
Is there Is there not an attack of opportunity because
He,
of the
he
fog?
disengaged.
Yeah.
No, with Drizerix.
I'm pretty sure when disengage, you don't provoke attacks of opportunity for the rest of the turn.
Correct.
Okay,
But
Not
also,
just a single one, but any that turn.
sure.
yeah,
That makes sense.
That's as far as he gets. Let me make sure here.
A valiant effort.
Actually, are you still? You still look like a goblin, right? Like his goblin.
I do. I still look like a foundry goblin.
Okay.
Always has been.
He's gonna go here. 5, 10, 15.
I'll like shift my body weight as if I'm protecting him.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, he's gonna move like behind you, and that's his turn. So, Zora. There is a goblin in the doorway. You saw Kranko take off past this doorway. What's the game plan?
Can I smell smoke from where I am?
Oh yeah.
And it's still a box full of explosives, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I just saw Kranko take off, but I smell smoke, and I'm gonna try to push past Gwenia and try to make my way out the door.
15 foot of movement gets you outside the door.
Okay. And I can see Odward and Kranko are standing next to each other.
Correct.
Okay, so Drizerix and Kranko are standing next to each other. So my character is gonna think that I just walked out. So she thinks that Drizerix has got this. Her biggest thing is she doesn't want to get blown up. So can I try to use Frostbite again to cool the box off and put the fire out?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Make a con save. On a failed, it takes cold damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's a barrel. It fails its con save, and if you want to use your action to disperse it with that, I'll say that's fine.
I'm gonna put the fire out, and I have to roll. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's not a creature, so it can't exactly dodge. I'm gonna take away this
Sure.
exploding counter.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a countdown.
how many countdown is left?
That's a great question. What else would you like to do?
So
Motherfucker.
So I put out my hand, the symbol on the back of my hand glows again. I use frostbite and I put out the fire in the barrel of on fire explosives,
Mhm.
and I freeze them.
Okay. Anything else?
Um. Let's see.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to do with like a bonus or movement, but just checking.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the fire is out, then I don't think that I'm in danger anymore. That I'm going to keep my eyes on Kranko and Drizerix just to make sure where they're going in case one or both of them tries to flee.
You got it. Gwenny, it's your go.
All right, so where's Krenko?
He's outside.
Outside where?
Just off the bottom of the screen, right below me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is he engaged? Oh, okay, cool. All right. So Krenko's being a hoe.
I mean, you came into his place and broke all of his stuff.
Right, but he's trying to run away.
What you doing?
Damn, I really wish I had spare the dying. And these are two gang members up here, right? It's getting really blurry for me.
Yeah, there's one gang member and Cranko.
Oh.
Everyone else is dead.
And then Brinson is right in front of him.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna go to. Until I'm going to cast Chill Touch on Krenko.
Is it a touch attack or a ranged attack?
That's ranged.
Ranged.
Okay, cool.
All right, so I roll 23.
All right, great. Cranko's gonna use a reaction called Redirect Attack. When a creature Cranko can see targets Cranko, he chooses another goblin within 5 feet of him, and they swap places.
Oh boy.
So please roll damage against Trizerix.
Well, doesn't he get to save? Or doesn't
Yeah.
he get to roll?
Whatever the spell says. Is it to hit or is it to save?
Oh, it's to hit. So it's a 23, so it's going to hit.
Yeah, so roll damage on your attack.
5. 5 necrotic damage.
Oof.
So, okay. You said it was 23?
Yeah, 23 to hit you.
Then never mind. 5 necrotic.
Yes.
As he
I have reactions too.
as he takes Drizerix and holds him in the direction of the attack to hit him instead of Cranko.
Okay, so you also can't regain hit points until the end of my next turn. And until then, the hand clings to you.
Oh.
Huh.
Gross.
So you have some creepy, weird, green, tendrily misty hand clung to you.
I'm gonna move you
Just
over
right.
so you have line of sight.
Gross.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That is it.
All right, Bachelor, it's you.
All right, I'm gonna stumble in that direction.
I'm just gonna place you right here because you got plenty of
Perfection.
movement to situate yourself.
How do you know what direction you're stumbling in?
I can smell things.
The sound of all the battling.
Oh, yeah, follow the sound. That makes sense.
I'm going to cast Gib on Krenko.
Yep.
So I'm going to try and grapple him here, and that is a oofta 5. I don't think that's going to get there.
Oh, I got an 11. He escapes your grasp.
I think that's it for me.
All right.
Shifty little goblin.
Damn slippery goblin.
Drizerix, it's you. There's an
Um,
icy hand clutching the front of your shirt.
Yeah, what's Krenko wearing?
Cranko is wearing a chain shirt and shield.
I
You could
Will,
shock and grasp him.
am absolutely going to shock and grasp him. I'm going to, stumble and be like, whoa, boss! And steady myself on him with my hands that are going to have some lightning.
Okay.
One roll is a 3. The other roll is a 12. So 16.
You hit him.
All right. And I'm. Is this the sort of thing that I can control to be non-lethal?
It's a
I guess.
taser, sure.
Ooh, okay.
You can dial it back.
Well, anyway, it was 1 lightning damage. So I deal 1 lightning damage, and I believe he cannot take reactions until my next turn.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
No, it's his next turn,
Oh.
which is a bummer because he already used his reaction. Oh well.
Damn.
Make a deception check to retain your
Sure.
guts.
22.
I rolled a 17. I hate you. He believes you, I guess. I'm upset. After that is the gang member who will. Oh, does a 15 hit Brinson?
A 15 does hit Brinson, yeah.
Yeah. Take 5 points of piercing damage as he stabs you.
I will take 5 points of piercing damage.
It's your turn now.
You will rue the day, Goblin. Halberd attack on Yon Goblin.
Mhm.
19 to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. 11 damage.
Yep.
Then I would like to use my bonus action to charge Cranko.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll charge him and attempt to make a non-lethal hoof attack.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that is a critical failure.
I can't take reactions. Too bad.
Oh.
Okay, so Brinson. It goes to Cranko. Damn, he's in a tight spot. He's still on fire for some reason.
He's still on fire.
He's
Holy
gonna
shit.
bonus action disengage.
Every time.
He bolts off down the street. I'll leave him on camera, but he's down there. Zora.
Oh God, he's getting away.
Yeah.
How far did he move?
60 feet.
Holy shit.
He double moved and disengaged. If you
Interesting.
want, you can probably close 30 of that on your own.
Right. I mean, I can close 30 of it on my own, and I have a bow and arrow. I could
Yeah.
try to shoot him for non-lethal, right?
I'm gonna say if your damage meets his non-lethal damage and he goes to 0, he'll be unconscious. I'm not gonna screw you over.
Okay.
So yeah, if you get around the corner, you can take a shot at him. That's 30 for you right there.
Okay. So I think I will. I'm just thinking, like, if I shoot the bow at him, there's a chance that he can still keep running, isn't there?
Yeah, as long as he's conscious, he'll keep running.
But if I can knock him unconscious.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you do enough damage to him and it meets the non-lethal to his combined to his health, he'll be unconscious.
All right. Let me try to shoot at my short bow at him.
All right, go for it.
Okay. So it says 1d6 plus 2.
Yeah, roll your d20 plus your attack bonus to see if you hit first.
Okay. Roll my d20 plus my attack. Okay. Okay. So that is 16 plus attack. Where is my attack at on my character sheet?
Your short bow should be like plus number, and then it'll have... Yeah.
20 then.
Yeah, you hit him. Roll damage. That'll be your
Sweet.
d6 plus that other number.
My d6 5, so 7.
Oh my god.
Don't you also add your dexterity modifier?
It should add all those things in.
Sure.
But 16 on the die was plenty enough to hit him. So yeah, you land an arrow right in the back of his calf, and he just falls down in exhaustion, face first into the floor.
Yeah.
Got him.
I would like to walk up and shackle him.
Yeah, that'll drop us out of combat. So I'm gonna resituate us here. Yeah. So You're out of combat now. You caught Franco.
Ooh.
What's the game plan? There's shackles on him. He looks battered and bruised and not very happy. But he's unconscious, so.
Is he in the realm of like needing to make death saves, or
No.
is he just
No, he's treated at 0. He's unconscious.
he has health? Okay. Cool. All right, whatever. Cool, let's take him back.
I'm gonna take my bow and I'm gonna put it back behind me. I'm gonna go, well, now that that's over, can someone help me with the safe over?
I do not think we should linger long. In fact, we should leave immediately.
What's wrong with that with the safe?
I agree that we should be fast, but I will help.
Excellent.
I'm down for looting and pillaging.
Is the safe attached to anything?
The safe is built into the floor, but since it's open, you could scoop up its contents and run if you wanted. That'd probably be your best bet.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm gonna get my crowbar back.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you can have that back.
You didn't close the box that we opened, right?
No.
Can I look in that box and see if there is a Scorchbringer that I think looks
usable?
stable-ish?
That looks woodish?
Stable-ish?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Give me a quick investigation check.
13.
Yeah, you grab one that wasn't too scorched or burnt, and you grab one of those.
Got 'em.
Out of curiosity, how heavy are the boxes?
Let's figure that out.
How easily was Odward able to lift the first of these boxes?
He needed assistance to pick it up because he's not super duper strong.
Yeah.
I would probably say if you wanted to grab one of the carts, you could probably take a box of it with you.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would take a decent amount of strength to carry it, unless you want to like fashion some carrying harness on Brinzen, which would be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't want to subject our good friend to such indignities.
Okay.
I'm just going to gently suggest
Yes.
that we grab as many of them out of the open crate as we can that looks salvageable, and then go from there.
I was gonna suggest that we blow up one of the crates along with the warehouse on our way out.
I don't know about that, friend Brinson. An explosion might attract too much attention, and we already have too much, in my opinion.
If we're way over there and this explodes here, then the attention will be away from us.
I'd like to very pointedly turn and look at our Is-It mage.
Am I wrong?
You you asking me to take care of this once we're a ways away?
I would like that very much. I would enjoy that a great deal.
This place looks like previously abandoned, right?
It looks worse for wear and functional. Abandoned, meh. It's run down.
Might it look like it was meant to look abandoned?
Personally, I don't relish the idea of blowing up property that isn't any of our guilds. That being said,
Good.
getting rid of contraband is never a bad thing, in my opinion. These devices seem dangerous.
And look at all these bodies that no one will have to process.
You guys can do whatever you want, just as long as I can get some of the treasure that's. It doesn't really matter to me what happens after that. Just don't blow up what I worked so hard to try to loot, would you?
In any case, friends, we need to make decisions and move about quickly. I think we are running out of time.
Brinzen, come help me loot this safe over here.
Yeah.
Let's clean out the safe.
Yeah, you guys have the safe contents. That's not a
Yeah.
problem.
Awesome. So is am I carrying the strong box or is Brendan carrying the strong box?
Can we get the
'Cause that's
strong
it.
box open?
It would require some effort to open it, but you can.
Good.
The point is,
Good
you can
to-
pick up the strong box and take it with you.
Let's just grab the whole box and take it with us. Break it open we'll break it open later.
All right, let's do that. Drizerix, any objections to blowing up yon warehouse?
If that's what y'all want, I can take care of it.
I think it is likely better just simply to blow up the contraband. But again, I won't insist
Right,
on it.
and if contraband happens to be located in the interior of the warehouse, then stuff happens.
A very gruel sentiment if I've ever heard one, friend Brinson.
Indeed. All right,
I
let's
mean,
do
sometimes
that.
things you just have to do their thing.
So
So, yeah,
I'll just
Things just
crudely
let's,
push the. I'll move the open box.
Yeah, let's get a pile of stuff in like
into the
Right.
office.
If there is a place about I don't know 120 feet away that I can get a clear line of sight to wherever we're piling this stuff.
So notably, inside, there's a broken down loading rig that appears to have a power source. It's a mechanical. It's actually a real life magic card. There's a existing piece of machinery with its own power source. If you wanted maximum effect, you could probably tie it into this mechanical loading rig's power source, leave it on top, and rig the loading rig to explode. If you want to do that, just give me an Arcana check.
All right. 13.
All right. Roll 2d6.
8.
You have 8 minutes until it blows up.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. I'll pick up that there strong box and hoof it, as it were.
I'll grab the 3 alchemist fires, the acid, and the tools and supplies, and I'll put stuff them into my bag.
Am I able to conceal the Scorchbringer under my robes?
It's probably about as tall as you are. This is like a size of a broom.
Am I able to conceal the Krenko under my voluminous robes?
With some effort, I'd allow you, but I'm not going to worry about it at this point.
Sounds good.
What we see is everybody has stuff stuffed under their arms, boxes of items, and we see as the group is walking down the road, the frame rate suddenly slows down as we see behind them. As we just see wood and splinters fly into the air, and we cut to a frame of the Shattergang brothers sliding around the corner, seeing the warehouse explode as they see this happen. And you see the 2 brothers look at each other, say a few nasty words in Goblin that are obviously captioned on screen with stars and asterisks.
And,
And
center bars.
you see them shoulder their much bigger bags filled with specialty explosives, and they turn to head the other way, and we see them leave as Azorius and Boros patrols head towards the explosion. And we see our credits roll there as our group walks away, as we need to figure out what happens next time. But that was interesting. So
That was a good episode.
we're gonna have to pick up next time. This is like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The gang blows up a building.
Shattergang.
The gang commits arson.
But
I think it's arson-ry, because we also stole someone.
So we'll go ahead and wrap up here, and we'll see what next time has in store for us. But thanks everybody for watching. We're going to take care of some upkeep afterwards. But enjoy the football holiday, and we'll see what kind of trouble people get in next time. So
The football-a-day.
We'll see you
Go
later.
go indigenous people. Bye.
Bye.